Welcome to Prelim Preparation 2026. So this is going to be your preparation to this year's trial. Reason why I did this is that I went through the past papers for trial. They're a little bit trickier compared to the normal November paper. So I wanted you guys to be well equipped for your trial, as it contains a lot of marks in terms of like your final mark. So, and also the nice thing is that if you can master this and if you can do well in your trial exam, that means the fact that your November you have less stress. So that is why I decided to do this. So I have a recording schedule, right, or a release schedule on which when each paper is going to be released. So the preparation is going to start now, as you see in this video. So this is the release schedule, right? So it's within each date. So as you can see, the fact that we have June when each paper is going to be released, right? And also we have like July, right? As you can see, July is going to be like double releases because of like it's close to August, because then you have 1 month. And then we have lastly August, which is going to be this, completing the entire trial papers from last year. So this was very important for me to make sure the fact that by the time you guys write your trial exam, all the provinces are covered, right? Welcome to the Eastern Cape paper 1. As you know, the fact that with this paper there's going to be a PDF version of it. So the PDF version of it is going to be found in the membership, and right now I'm going to show you on how to join the membership and where to also get the PDF version of it. So first I'm going to show you guys on how to join the membership. Obviously you're going to search my name, then you're going to click on my profile, then you're going to land here, right? Then you have two buttons. You have the subscribe button, right? And you also have the membership button, right? So the join button is where you join the membership. So when you click on it, right, you'll see the fact that this is going to be the membership, right? Then it tells you what you get: membership, only videos, early access, you get it, priorities, and all that, right? So now, do you see the fact that we already have exclusive content, right? So this content is strictly on the membership, right? So now when you say join membership, it's going to load, obviously. Then let me just say yes. Then it's going to load. Then when it loads, do you see the fact that now you're part of the membership, right? So when you scroll down, right, is that you're part of the membership, meaning you have access to all the members, right? So let me just go like this, right? So you can see the fact that you have you have everything that's related to members, meaning it's from the videos, right, to the most recent post, right? Then also now how to get the PDFs, right? So under members, you're going to see the videos. Then when you go through post, that's when you're going to see my post. You're going to see post of like public, and also when it's written to members only, you now can see it, right? As you see the fact that every time when I release a video, I do say the fact that there's a PDF. So this is the PDF for the NBT past paper, right? And also this is the PDF for the master series, right? Then this is like the normal posts, right? Then do you see the fact that this is the PDF for what? This is the PDF for paper 2, May, June. And also this is the PDF for what? For paper 1, right? Okay, so now let's go to one of the posts, right? We see the fact that this is the access. Now when you click on it, right, it's going to give you like Google Drive, because it's a Google Drive. So don't worry, it's public, right? So then when you scroll down, you'll see the fact that the PDF is within two versions, right? Is that you have the actual, it tells you that which PDF it is, right? Then you're gonna have the question paper first, right? Then after having the question paper, then you're gonna have the memo. The memo is exactly how the video is, but now it's in PDF format, right? So all of them are going to be like this, where you get what? You first get the question paper, right? Then underneath it is the memo. Hope that makes sense, right? So that is how you would get access to this PDF. So now we're going to do solve for x. So we're going to do question 1. So the first question, it says solve for x. So we need to factorize this. So first we need to write it in the standard form. So taking everything to one side and the other side being equals to 0. So it's going to be x squared, right? And it's going to be plus 2x, then it's going to be minus 3 is equals to 0, right? Then we're going to factorize it. Remember the fact that when we factorize, we're going to use the table which is first we need to find the factors, right, of c, which we see that our c is equals to this value, which is going to be -3, right? So what are the factors of -3? So the first one is that if you say 1 multiplied by what? 1 multiplied by 3. So if you say -1 multiplied by 3, you know you're going to get a -3. Or you can say 1 multiplied by -3, right? Then these are the only factors, basically. This is the only factors that we have, right? Then now let me just draw a table. Go back. So draw a table like this, right? Then we need to add those factors in such a way, the fact that we need to get b. What is b? B is the coefficient of x, which is going to be 2, right? So now let's add. So if I say -1, right, plus +3, I'm going to get a +2. So this is going to be your two factors, right? So this is going to be your two factors. Because of this one, if I say 1 plus -3, I'm going to get -2. So this is wrong, right? So now to factorize this, it's basically going to be what? It's going to be x minus 1, then +3, right? So it's going to be x plus 3 is equals to 0. So equate each bracket by 0. So it's going to be x minus 1 is equals to 0, or it's going to be x plus 3 is equals to 0. So therefore, x is going to be equals to +1 here, then x is going to be equals to -3 here. And that's how you would solve this question. So now we're going to do 1.1.2. It's still solved for x, but we know the fact that this is going to be using the quadratic formula because of this. It says to 2 correct decimal places, right? First, we need to make sure the fact that it's in the standard form, meaning this side needs to be 0, and it's x squared is first, then x is second, and the constant is the last one, right? Then here's the quadratic formula. So we know that the quadratic formula is x is equals to what? To -b plus or minus square root of b squared minus 4ac, right? So square root, close it here. Then this whole thing is divided by 2a. Then we know that a is equals to 3. This is from here, right? Then b is the coefficient of x, which is going to be -1, -9. Then c is going to be equals to +2. Now let's substitute, right? So we see the fact that x is equals to minus, and this is going to be -9. That's going to be plus or minus, then square root, then it's going to be -9 all squared minus 4. Then this is going to be what? 3. Then this is going to be 2. Then this whole thing is going to be divided by what? Divided by 2. Then this is 3. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we're going to simplify it. So when we simplify it, we're going to have x is equals to, this is going to be positive, then plus or minus, then square root. Then this is going to be 81. Then it's going to be what? -24, right? And that is going to be divided by what? The denominator is going to be 6. Let's clean up the square root. So it's going to be x is equals to 9 plus or minus square root. Then this is going to be 57. And this is going to be the whole divided by 6, right? So your answer is going to be 2 answers. So it's going to be x is equals to 9. This plus or minus, so we're going to start with the plus, then we're going to continue with the minus. So it's going to be plus square root 57 divided by 6, or it's going to be x is equals to 9 minus square root 57. Then this is going to be divided by what? Divided by 6. So it's going to be divided by 6, right? So therefore, when you punch this into the calculator, you're going to get this as being 2,76. Then here is going to be x is equals to 0,24, right? So that's how you would find your x values. Hope that makes sense. So now we're going to do 1.1.3. So we need to solve this inequality. So when it's like this, make sure the fact that you take everything to one side such that this x squared becomes positive. But before we do that, is that we need to distribute the x, then take everything to one side so that one side is 0 and the other side is the formula, right? The equation. So it's going to be 9, right, is less than negative x, open bracket, x minus 6, right? So now let's distribute negative x. So it's going to be 9 is what you call this, is greater than, that's going to be negative x squared, then this is going to be plus 6x. Take everything to one side, so you're going to have 9 plus x squared minus x6 is greater than 0. Hope that makes sense. Rearrange that so that it can be in the terms of ax squared plus bx plus c. So this is going to be x squared, right, minus 6x. Then this is going to be plus 9 is greater than 0, right? Then remember the fact that you need to factorize this, right? So we're factorizing, finding the critical value. So finding the CV value. So finding the critical value is that we know the fact that when we find the critical values, when we factorize this, right, it's going to be what? It's going to be x squared, right? So let me just do this. What I want to say is that this is going to be x squared minus 6x plus 9 is equals to 0. We're finding the critical values, right? So this is going to give me what? This is going to give me x minus 3 all squared is greater than 0. What you call this is equals to 0. It's equals to 0. Then what do we see? We see the fact that our critical value is going to be only one critical value, which is going to be x is equals to 3. So now let's come back, right? If you have one critical value, right? If you have one critical value, then your function looks like this, right? So your function is going to look like this. So if you have one critical value, and I'm going to write it, if you have one critical value, if your CV is only one value, right? That means that your graph is going to look like this. And I'm just going to show you through the graph. Your graph is going to look like this. Let me just erase this. Right? It's going to look like this. It's going to be like this. Always it's going to be like this, in such a way the fact that your CV value, so let me just, yes, such that your CV value, right, it's here, it's that point, right? So in our case, our CV, we know the fact that it's x is equals to negative 3. And if this is the case, your answer will always look like this. So your answer needs to be what? And let's call it C1, right? Let's call it C1. So your answer is going to be what? This is how your answer is going to be always, right? If you have one critical value, your answer is going to be like this. It's going to be x is an element of real numbers, right? Such that x is not equals to 3. And this is for what? This answer is for when it's just greater than, right? But if it's greater than and equals to, it's going to be just x is an element of real numbers if your inequality is greater than and equals to. Hope that makes sense, right? So if it's greater than and equals to, it's going to be x is an element of real numbers. Then if it's just greater than, then it's going to be not equals there. And the reason for that is that our graph is going to exist everywhere, right? But remember the fact that it should be anything that is less than and there is no equals to. So that number, that critical value, the graph can't exist there because it didn't say equals to. Hope that makes sense. So now putting this, so CV, so let me just call it x1, right? So that it can be in this form. So taking that is that with our case is that our answer is the first one, right? So is that since our inequality is this one, so since our inequality is this one, is not equals to, do you see? Our inequality is that one, so meaning our answer needs to be this one. So our answer for this question is going to be x is an element of real numbers such that x is not equals to the critical value, which is 3. Hope that makes sense, right? So that's how you would answer this question. So now we're going to do 1.2, right? Which is solve x and y simultaneously. So we're going to take each equation and name it equation 1, equation 2, and equation 3. So we're going to take the first one, which is going to be the one with the linear, right? Linear meaning there's no power, right? And this y is always around, right? This is going to be equation 1. So we know the fact that 2x is equals to 1 minus y. We're going to name it equation 1. The one with the linear is always equation 1. Then the one that is what? That is like an expression. It could be any expression. That's going to be equation 2. So in our case, it's y squared minus 2y minus 3x plus 1 is equals to 3x y minus 2x squared, right? We're going to name it equation 2. So taking equation 1 and making y the subject, right? Because of y doesn't have any coefficient in front of it, it's just negative. So we're going to be what? We're going to be taking 1 and making y the subject. So when we do that, it's going to be 2x is equals to 1 minus y, right? So take the 1 to the other side. It's going to be 2x minus y is minus 1 is equals to minus y. But we want our y to be positive. So now dividing both sides by negative, this is going to be minus, and this is going to be 2x minus 1 is equals to positive y. So therefore, our y is going to be equals to minus 2x plus 1. Hope that makes sense, right? And this is going to be equation 3, right? So now we're going to substitute equation 3 into equation 2. Reason why we're substituting it into equation 2, not into 1, because of 1 and 3 is exactly the same thing, but it's written differently, right? So now substituting, we're going to have what? Remember the fact that equation 2 is this one. So let me just take it, duplicate it, cut it. So I'm just going to paste it here, right? We know the fact that this is equation 2, right? So now we're going to have what? We're going to have equation 3. So it's going to be negative 2x plus 1 all squared. Then this is going to be minus 2. Then it's going to be negative 2x plus 1, right? Minus 3x plus 1 is equals to 3x. Then it's going to be negative 2x plus 1, right? Then it's going to be minus 2x squared, right? So you're going to have that, right? So after having that, we're going to expand everything. So now we're going to expand everything. So here we're going to have what? We're going to have this as being 4x squared, right? Plus what? Plus, which equals 4x squared minus 4x. So it's going to be minus 4x. Then it's going to be plus 1, right? Then this is going to be minus, then distribute the negative 2. So it's going to be plus 4x, then it's going to be minus 2, then it's going to be minus 3x plus 1. Then this side, we're going to have what? We're going to have minus 6x, right, squared. Then this is going to be plus 3x, then it's going to be minus 2x. Hope that makes sense. So that's what we're going to have, right? So now we're going to clean it up. So we're going to get rid of the bracket, right? So getting rid of this bracket because it doesn't affect anything. We're going to group like terms, right? So grouping like terms, we're going to, okay, before we group, yes, let's group like terms. So we're going to deal with this side first and we're going to group the like terms, right? Then we're going to deal with the other side and we're going to group the like terms. So now let's group the like terms. We see the fact that this one is alone, so we know the fact that this and this are together and this, right? Then now the numbers is 1, 2, 3. So also this side, let's group like terms. So we know the fact that x squared and this one are together, right? So now let's clean it up. So this side we're going to be left with 4x squared, right? Then the negative 4 plus the positive 4 are going to cancel out, so we're going to be left with negative 3. Then we see the fact that this are going to cancel each other, right? So we're done with this side, and this is going to be equals to. So when you're saying negative 6x squared plus negative 2x squared, you're going to get 8x squared. Then this is going to be plus what? This is going to be plus 3x. So let me just bring this closer. Now I'm going to just move everything to one side, right? So moving everything to one side. When we move everything to one side, it's going to be 4x squared minus 3. Then this is going to be plus 8 squared. And this is going to be what? So this is x. Made a mistake. Yes, this is going to be x. And so this is going to be minus 3x. Then this is going to be plus 8x squared. Then this is going to be minus 3x. It's going to be equals to 0. So now let's clean this up. I just want the equal sign to be just consistent, right? So now let's clean this up. When we clean this up, we're going to get 12x squared minus 6x is equals to 0. So we can take out 6x as a common factor. So we're going to have 6x, open bracket, you're going to be left with 2x minus 1 is equals to 0. So therefore, equate both by 0. So we're going to have 6x is equals to what? Is equals to 0. Or you're going to have 2x minus 1 is equals to 0. So therefore, x is going to be equals to 0 here. Then this side is going to be 2x is equals to positive 1. So therefore, x is going to be equals to 1 over 2. Remember the fact that we're solving for x and y, right? So we need to substitute x, right, into the one that has y, right? Equation 3. So equation 3, right? So now for x equals to what? X equals to 0. Remember the fact that our y is what? This is our y. This is our equation 3. So duplicate it, cut it. So we know the fact that this, so this is the same as y is equals to negative 2, then it's going to be 0 plus 1. So therefore, our answer is going to be positive 1, right? So that is going to be our y. So let me just do it like this. Go up. I love consistency. So this is going to be the same as y is equals to negative 2, open bracket, that's going to be plus 1. So therefore, y is going to be equals to positive 1. Let me erase this. Then now for the half, right? So for x equals to 1 over 2. So we're going to have y is equals to negative 2, open bracket. It's going to be 1 over 2. Then it's going to be plus 1. Then that is going to be y is going to be equals to, this is going to give me negative 1 plus 1, right? So this is going to be y is equals to 0. So now we're going to do 1.3. It says given that k, and they give you what k is, and they give you what p is, right? Then they say the fact that they want us to calculate p, so they want us to calculate this p using this, right? If, and they give us information about k, and k is equals to this, right? So the first thing first is that looking at p and k, we need to look at what's common. We see the fact that the parts that I'm going to highlight is what's common, right? So we see the fact that this and this is common, right? So it's that when solving, right, is that we know the fact that this two are common. So that's one important thing. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to do the following. Is that, remember the fact that they gave us this, we're going to basically try to isolate k alone in such a way the fact that we can substitute it here and make the part that I did in red the subject of the formula. Then we're going to substitute it here. Hope I'm making sense, right? So now the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to find k, right? We're going to find the value of k, the value of k, right? So we are given the fact that the cube root of k is equals to 4 to the power 1 over 6, right? So we know the fact that this can be written as what? This can be written as, so to get rid, because we want k alone, we want to get rid of it, so we can basically what? We can multiply, we can basically raise this to the power 3 and to the power 3 to get rid of this cube root. So that's what we're going to do. So it's going to be cube root of k is equals to 4 to the power 1 over 6 to the power 3, right? So that's what we're going to have. Then we see the fact that this is going to be k is equals to, then this is going to be 4 to the power, then we're going to multiply this 2. This is the same as 1 over 6 multiplied by 3, right? So in your calculator, if you say 1 over 6, so if you say 1 over 6, right, and you multiply by what? You multiply by 3, you're going to get your answer as being a half. So we see the fact that k is equals to a half, right? It's going to be equals to a half, so it's going to be 4 to the power a half, right? A half is what? It's the square root. So k is basically equals to the square root of 4, right? So therefore we see that k is equals to positive 2. So now we know what k value is. We know the fact that it's equals to that, right? So now what we're going to do is that we're going to substitute. So we're going to substitute k is equals to 2 into, let's name this one. This I'm going to name it as equation 1 and this is equation 2, right? So maybe let's do this. Okay, cool. So we're going to go down. I'm going to go down. And I'm going to rewrite the equation. So I'm going to name this equation 1. So I'm going to have that k is equals to 1. Then this is going to be divided by what? This is going to be divided by x squared plus 7x plus 5. And we're going to name this equation 1, right? Then we're going to name this equation 2. So it's going to be the same thing here. You see the fact that it's the same thing here. So duplicate it, cut it. We know the fact that p is equals to the same thing. But the only thing that's different is 7. So here it's going to be plus 7. So this is going to be 7. And we're going to name this equation 2, right? Then now I'm going to just take this up. We found k. So now I can substitute this into equation 1, right? So we can substitute this into equation 1. So let's zoom it in. So we know that equation 1 is equals to this. Duplicate it, cut it. So let me just take it here. So we know the fact that that is going to be equals to what? This is going to be equals to 2 is equals to 1 divided by what? Divided by x squared plus 7x plus 5. Then remember the fact that the goal, right? To make x squared plus 7 the subject. Right? Remember the fact that that's the red part, right? So we know the fact that we want to make that the subject. So we're going to basically cross multiply first. So cross multiply. So since it's division, we're going to just multiply to the other side so that there's no division. So it's going to be 2, then it's going to be x squared plus 7x. Then this is going to be plus 7x. Then it's going to be plus 5. Right, is equals to 1. Divide both sides by 2. So you're going to be left with 7x plus x squared plus 7x plus 5 is equals to a half, right? Take the 5 to the other side. So you're going to have x squared plus 7x, right? Is equals to 1 over 2. Then it's going to be minus 5, right? So now that is great. We're going to have it as a half minus 5, right? So when you say a half minus 5, what are you going to get? You're going to get your answer as being x squared plus 7x is equals to what? To negative 9 over 2, right? So you're going to have negative 9 over 2. So now with that, I can change it into decimals, which is going to be x squared plus 7x is equals to basically negative 4.5, right? Then now what we're going to do is that we're going to substitute, and I'm going to just name it equation 3, right? We're going to substitute equation 3 into equation 2, right? So we're going to substitute equation 3 into equation 2. So we know the fact that equation 2 is this one. So remember the fact that we're solving for P, right? So we know the fact that duplicate, cut, right? So that we know the fact that it's equation 2. So I'm going to paste it. Remember the fact that we're going to substitute where I highlighted the red part, right? So we know the fact that the red part is going to be replaced by negative 4.5. So let's go up. So that is going to be P is equals to 1 divided by what? By negative 4.5 plus 7, right? Then now let's simplify this. This is going to be P is equals to what? Is equals to 1 divided by 2.5, right? Punch that into the calculator. You're going to get that your P is basically equals to 2 divided by 5. So now we're going to do number patterns. We're going to do question 2. It says, 2 learners, Amanda and Leroy, were given a task to come up with any common ratio, right, that can be suitable to calculate the sum to infinity. If it is given that the first term is a is equals to 2, below is the calculation. So Amanda's calculations is that a is equals to 2, so they have the same a. But he picked, right? They picked that r is equals to 3. Then they did the calculations. Then Leroy, this is the calculations where their r is a half, and they did the calculations. Then the question asks, which of the learner's response is incorrect? The one that's incorrect is going to be Amanda. Reason why is that to calculate the sum to infinity, right, it's very important that your r needs to be between negative 1 and 1. And since we see the fact that the r is not between that, this is completely incorrect. So your response for this one is going to be that Amanda calculations is incorrect. And that's how you would answer this question. Then 2.1.2, it says, hence explain why the learner's response is incorrect. Is that Amanda's ratio, right? So we see the fact that to calculate the sum to infinity. So to calculate as to infinity, right? First we need to make sure that the ratio is convergent. So convergent, right? So meaning that convergent, right? Meaning that your r needs to be between where? Needs to be between 1 and positive 1, right? Then since Amanda's ratio was equals to it was a 2 was equals to 3, that means that r is not convergent. So therefore she or he cannot calculate calculate as infinity. Hope that makes sense, right? So that's how you would answer this question. I know it's quite long, but I just wanted to make sure the fact that we cover everything. So now we're going to do 2.2. It says evaluate this, right? So this is in sigma form. And we see the fact that this is a geometric because do you see the fact that it starts at k, but the power is k. So that's how we know that this is a geometric. So we know the fact that to calculate this is the same as finding Sn, right? So sigma of this is the same as finding Sn, right? So but Sn in geometric has two formulas, right? It has two formulas. It has one where what you call this R is convergent and the other one when R is not convergent. So we have the one which is A, right? Then it's going to be 1 minus R to the power n. Then this is going to be divided by 1 minus R, right? This is for when R is convergent, right? Convergent, meaning that R is between -1 and 1. So that is for this one. And we have another formula which is A. This is going to be R to the power n minus 1. It's going to be divided by 1 minus, n. So it's going to be R minus 1. This is for when R is not convergent. And this is when R is greater than 1. Hope that makes sense, right? So depending on which one you have is that you need to pick the right formula. So meaning the first thing that we need to do is that we need to find A and R. So how do we find A? When you're dealing with sigma, our A is going to be always whatever this number is. So since in our case is 1, it's going to be A is going to be equals to. So it's going to be A is equals to when basically K is equals to 1. So it's going to be A. Okay, let me do this, right? When K is equals to 1, it's going to give us our A, right? So it's going to be what? It's going to be 3. I'm taking this is our Tn, right? So it's going to be 3 divided by 2, then it's going to be 2, then it's going to be K is equals to 1, right? So when you punch that into the calculator, right? When you punch that into the calculator, you find that your A is basically equals to 3, right? Then now to find the ratio, right? The common ratio is that to find R, right? Now it's finding R, right? So we know the fact that R is going to be equals to what? Since here we start with 1, right? It's going to be what? It's going to be T2. So it's definitely T2. So it's going to be when K is equals to 2 divided by when K is equals to 1, right? So now we need to find when K is equals to 2. So we know the fact that that can happen when 3 over 2, then it's going to be 2, then it's going to be to the power 2. When you pass that into the calculator, you're going to find that the second term, right, is going to be equals to 6. So here it's going to be equals to 6 divided by 3, which our common ratio for this one is going to be 2, right? So let's just highlight what we have. We know that A is equals to 3, then R is equals to 2. So now, since our R is equals to 2, that is greater than 1, this is the formula that we're going to be using, right? So we're going to use this Sn, which is going to be Sn is equals to what? Is equals to A divided by A to the power R. Let me just write it. It's going to be R minus 1. Then very important is to find N, right? How do we find N? Our N is equals to the top value, right, minus the bottom. So it's going to be top. I'm writing something different. It's going to be top minus bottom plus 1, right? So we see that our top value is 10 minus 1 plus 1. So it's going to be N is equals to top is going to be 10 right? It's going to be 10. 10 plus 1, so it's 10 minus 1. It's going to be plus 1, which is going to be just equals to 10. So that is going to be how you find your n. So now you have everything that we need. So we know the fact that we're looking for S10, right? We're looking for S10, and it's going to be 3, open bracket, is going to be 2 to the power what? To the power 10 minus 1. Then this whole thing is going to be divided by 2 minus 1, right? Then when you punch that into the calculator, you find the fact that S10 is basically equals to 3069. So that's how you would find the summation of this. So now we're going to do 2.3. It says 2.3, which term. So term, we know the fact that we're solving for some n value, right? For which the sequency, and they gave us, this is the sequency that we have, right? Then they tell us the fact that will the first term, will the first be less than this number? So will be the first, will be the first, meaning the term will be less than this number. So to translate this, we're looking for when Tn, right, is less than 1 over 100. So I'm just translating this into equations, right? So this is the goal. So the goal is to solve this. So the goal is to solve when Tn is less than 1 over 100, right? So that's what we're trying to solve. But then the thing is we need Tn. So to finding Tn, so now we're finding Tn, right? So finding Tn, we're going to use the sequence here. So it's going to be 8 is to 6 is to 9 over 2, right? Then we see the fact that when testing out, right? So when testing out a common ratio, we see the fact that if we say 9 divided by 2 divided by 6, we're going to get that. When you punch that into the calculator, you're going to get that as being 3 divided by 4. And same applies with when you say 6 divided by 8, it's going to give you 3 over 4. So we see the fact that our sequence here has a common ratio, right? Which is 3 over 4. So meaning this is a geometric. So how do we find Tn? We know that Tn, so we know the fact that R is 3 over 4, then A is going to be equals to 8. So we know the fact that Tn is going to be what? It's going to be A multiplied by R to the power n minus 1. So Tn is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 8. Then it's going to be 3 over 4. Then to the power n minus 1, right? So now we found that. Now solving. So now we'll be solving. So now we'll be solving. Tn is less than what? Is less than 1 over 4. What they want, right? 1 over 100, sorry. It's going to be 1 over 100. So we already know that Tn is equals to this, right? So we already know that Tn is equals to this. So this is going to be the same as 8 multiplied by 3 over 4, right? N minus 1 is less than 1 over 100, right? So our goal is to make this the subject, but first we need to get rid of this. Since it's multiplying this side, it's going to divide on the other side. So it's going to be 3 over 4. Then it's going to be n minus 1 is less than 1 over 100. Then this is going to be divided by 8. So this is the same as 3 over 4. Then it's going to be n minus 1. Then this is going to be less than 1 over 800, right? Since we don't have a number here and we have the exponent, now we need to get rid of it. We need to make it the subject. That's what I mean, right? So making the subject is going to be n minus 1, right? So n minus 1, before I deal with the inequality, I just want to change the exponential to a log, right? So here it's going to be log. Then the base is the same base, which is going to be what? Which is going to be 3 over 4. Then it's going to be this number here. It's going to come here. So it's going to be 1 divided by 800, right? So we're going to have that. Then the inequality, very important, right? So now to know where does your inequality go, right? You see the fact that the inequality was looking like this side all the time. But now, depending on the base, right, is that your inequality changes, flips, if it's dependent on this, right? So since this number is less than what is less than 1, in logmatics, right, is that this is considered a negative number, right? So we're going to, okay, cool. So 1 is that the inequality is going to look, it's not going to be like this, but it's going to be the other side, right? The reason for that is that since, I don't know where I'm going to write it. So I'm going to write it here, since 3 over 2, right, 3 over 4 is what? Is less than, so it's less than 1, right? In log, that is a negative number. That is a negative number. So that is why the inequality is flipped, right? So we have that. Right, so we have that, right? So now let's solve this. We see the fact that this is going to be n minus 1 is less than. Then we're going to have what? When you punch this into the calculator, you're going to get this as 23, 2, 3, right? So take the 1 to the other side. So it's going to be n is greater than, then this is going to be 24, 2, 3, right? So remember the fact that n needs to be a whole number, right? N needs to be a whole number. That means the fact that your n, right, is what? The 25 term. So that means the fact that n is approximately 25, since n needs to be a whole number. Then the 25 term, so to answer this question, the 25th term, right, which is T25, right, will be the first number, to be less than what? To be less than 1 over 100. So this answers the question, right? Because the question was that which first number will be the one that's less than 100. Then we see the fact that it can't be 24,33. So the number after it, which is going to be, the first number will be 25. That is going to be less than 1 over 100. Hope that makes sense. And that's how you would answer this question on it. So now we're going to do question 3, right? So 3.1, it says, the following information about the quadratic number pattern is given. Then they gave us the fact that T2 minus T1 is equals to -4. Then T3 minus T2 is equals to -3. Then lastly, they tell us the fact that the fourth term is equals to what? It's equals to 1, right? So they tell us that. Then they say the fact that we need to show that the general term of the quadratic number pattern is equals to this. So now let's write this in terms of the pyramid, right? So we see the fact that we have T1, right? T2, then T3, then till T4, right? Then we do not have the value of T1, T2, T3, but what do we have? We have T2 minus T1, so it's going to be T2 minus T1 is going to be this and this. The value here is going to be -4, so we have the second difference. And we have T3 minus T2, so it's going to be this and this, which is going to give me -3. Then they gave us the actual value, so let me just do this. So let me just do this. I made a mistake, but I want to just move this one up, right? So this is what I want to do. So I know the fact that this is T3. So we know the fact that we do not have a value here. So let's call it, let's put a box, right? So let's put a box. We do not have a value here. We do not also have a value here, right? So we do not have a value here. So I'm just going to put circles, right? So we do not have a value here. right? We also do not have a value here, and we do not have a value here. But we have a T4, and that value is equals to 1, right? Then here is that they gave us the fact that the first difference is going to be -3. So we know the fact that this is going to be -3. Then here, the first difference is going to be -4. So that's what I wanted to fix, right? So let me just do this. Yes. Then we can see the fact that we can find the second difference, which is the common difference, which is going to be 3, -3 minus -4, right? So when you say minus -3 minus -4, you get this as being what? As being -3 plus 4, which you're going to get the value as being what? As being +1. So you find the fact that here it's going to be +1. Right? So that's what you have so far. Right? So that's what you have. So from here, we know the fact that using this, right? Using this, we know the fact that using this, we can find what? Yes. Okay, using this, and I just want to change the color. Using this blue, right, is that I don't like how it looks. Okay, let me just fix it for a moment. So using this, maybe I'm just going to highlight them, yes. So using this, right, this, which is going to be the first term, right, using this, and this, we can calculate our A, B, and C. Right, so we see the fact that here to calculate A, it's going to be 2A. This one is going to be 3A plus B. But we see the fact that C has an unknown, right? So when we're finding A plus B plus C is equals to, we do not have a value for that, which now we're going to use this, right? So now let's go down and solve for A and B. Then we'll come back and sort out our C. So we see it for A is going to be 2A is equals to what? Is equals to 1, right? So therefore, A is going to be equals to 1/2, right? Then B is going to be 3. It's going to be 3A plus B. So it's going to be plus B is equals to what? Is equals to -4. So it's going to be what? It's going to be 3. Then it's going to be 1/2. Plus B is equals to -4, right? So this is going to be the same as having what? As having 3/2. So it's going to be the same as having 3/2 plus B is equals to -4. Take that to the other side. So it's going to be B, right? So it's going to be B. It's going to be equals to what? To -4 minus 3/2. So therefore, you see that your B is going to be equals to -11 divided by 2. Right? Then C, right? To find our C. So we see the fact that to find C, we're going to call this X, right? So we see the fact that to find C, it's going to be what? It's going to be A plus B plus C is equals to X. We do not have X, right? But we see the fact that we have, this is going to be 1/2, right? Plus this is going to be -11 divided by 2. Then it's going to be plus C is equals to X, right? It's going to be equals to X. So now let's simplify this. This is going to be the same. So now we know the fact that this, when you add them together, the numbers is going to be -5 plus C is equals to X. So making C alone, this is the same as C is equals to X plus 5, right? So now, right, we're going to write our Tn where C, X is still the unknown. And we're going to come back, right? We know the fact that our Tn now is going to be equals to 1/2. Then it's going to be n squared. Then minus 11 divided by 2. Then this is going to be n. Then our C is going to be plus X plus 5, right? But remember the fact that we were given the fact that T4 is equals to 1. But we know that T4, but we were given it, but we know that, but we know that T4 is equals to 1. So now we know the fact that we can substitute what? We can substitute wherever we see n, we're going to substitute by 4. So we're going to be looking for T4. So we know that T4 is going to be equals to 1 over 2. Then it's going to be 4 all squared minus 11. Then it's going to be 2. Then it's going to be 4. Then it's going to be plus x plus 5. Right? That's what we have, right? So now we know that T4 is equals to 1. So it's going to be 1 is equals to, then it's going to be 1 over 4 all squared, right? Minus 11. Then it's going to be 4 plus x plus 5. Do you see the fact that now x is going to be the only unknown, right? So x is going to be the only unknown. So we're going to take everything to one side, right? So taking everything to one side, we see the fact that, so taking everything to one side, this is going to be 1 minus a half. Then it's going to be 4 all squared plus 11 divided by 2. Then it's going to be 4. Then it's going to be minus 5 is equals to what? Is equals to x. So this is going to be equals to x. So when you punch this whole thing into your calculator, you're going to find the fact that it's going to be equals to 10, right? So we see the fact that x is equals to 10. So now, therefore, we know the fact that to calculate c is going to be c is equals to x plus 5. So it's going to be x plus 5. So therefore, c is equals to 10 plus 5. Which therefore c is equals to 15, right? So we know that c is equals to 15. So with that said, let me just move this a little bit up. With that said, we know the fact that Tn is equals to what? Is equals to 1 over 2 n squared. That's going to be minus 11 over 2n. Then lastly, it's going to be plus 5. So that's how you would solve this question. Plus 15, sorry, plus 15. That's how you would solve this question. So now we're going to do 3.1.2. It says determine the value of T16. So we're going to use this formula wherever we see n, right? Wherever we see n, we're going to put 16. So we're looking for T16. So it's going to be T16 is equals to 1 over 2. Then it's going to be 16 all squared minus 11. Divided by 2, then it's going to be 16, that's going to be plus 15. Punch that into your calculator, and you're going to find that T16 is equals to 55. So that's how you would find T16. So now we're going to do 3.1.3, right? It says which two terms of the quadratic, very important, which two terms of the quadratic number pattern, right, will have a difference of 45. So what we're looking for, because we do not know what it is, right? We're looking for Tn and Tn plus 1, right? So we know the fact that the difference is 45, right? So we're given that the first difference, right? We're given the first difference. What do we know about the first difference? We know that the first difference, right, is a linear number pattern, right? So this is the same as, and I'm going to call it, it's a linear number pattern. So I'm going to call that the linear number pattern is Ln. The reason why it's going to be, or the first difference, we can call it Dn, right? The reason why I don't want to call it Tn is that it's going to confuse you guys. So since it's a linear number pattern, we know that the general form of a linear number pattern is Tn, which is Dn in our case, is going to be a plus n minus 1. Then it's going to be d, right? What do we know? We know that Dn, right? We know that Dn is equals to 45. And now we need A and D, right? So what is A and D? So if we go up, right, from here, this is the linear number pattern, right? So this is the linear number pattern. So we see the fact that the first value is actually -4. So we see the fact that the first value, or maybe let me just copy it because I feel like it's good as being reference. So let me just copy it. I'll edit it. Duplicate it, cut it. So we have this. Let's clean it up. So we know the fact that this is the linear number pattern, right? So let me just do this. Put this inside a box. This is the first difference, right? This is the first difference, which is dn. Okay, I'm gonna put that inside a box, right? So we know the fact that this is going to be our first difference, right? So from our first difference, we see the following. We see the fact that dn, which we given is 45, right? So dn is going to be somewhere here, right? We given that as being 45, right? Then we are given the following. We need a. So we see that a is equals to the first term, which is going to be -4. Then we also know that the difference, d, is equals to 1. Hope that makes sense, right? So hope that makes sense. So now we can substitute to basically solve n and n plus 1, right? So now solving this is going to be 45 is equals to -4 plus is going to be n minus 1, then it's going to be the difference of 1. Remember the fact that we're solving for n, right? We are solving for n, so it's going to be 45, right? 45 is going to be equals to what? It's equals to, then this is going to be -4, then take out the bracket, so it's going to be plus n minus 1. So this is the same as having 45 is equals to -5, right? Plus n, take the -5 to the other side, so it's going to be 45 plus 5 is equals to n. So therefore we see that n is equals to what? It's equals to 50. But remember the fact that we need 2 terms, right? So we see the fact that n is equals to 50, so this n is equals to 50. So the 2 terms, right? The 2 terms is going to be what? So the 2 terms is going to be t50, and remember the next one is n plus 1. It's going to be t50 and t51. So the next one, because it's plus 1. So that's how you would solve this question, right? So it's going to be between t50 and t51. So let me just maybe write it down properly. It's going to be between, so it's between t50 and t51. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're going to do 3.23. It says given that Sn is equals to 2n squared minus 6n. They say calculate the sum of the first 30 terms. So we're looking for S30, right? So it's going to be S30. So now wherever I see n, I'm going to substitute by 30. So this is going to be equals to 2. Then this is going to be what? This is going to be 30, right? All squared minus 6. Then it's going to be 30. And the reason why we're using this formula, they said the fact that calculate the sum, and this is the sum formula. Hope that makes sense. So we know the fact that S30 is basically equals to 1620, right? 1620. So that's how you would calculate S30. So now it says 3.2.2, it says determine the value of n if Tn is equals to 300, right? Then what are we given? We given Sn, right? And we need to determine n, but they gave us the information of Tn. So the first relationship that you need to take into account is the relationship between Tn and Sn. We know that Tn, right, is equals to what? Is equals to Sn minus Sn minus 1. So we know this relationship. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to find this one, right? Because we already know what this one is, and we're going to replace this one by this to solve for n. So now finding Sn minus 1, right? So we're going to find Sn minus 1 using the Sn. So we know that the Sn formula that they gave us is equals to what? Is equals to 2n squared, right? Then minus what? Minus 6n. So now wherever we see n, we're going to substitute by n minus 1. So it's going to be n minus 1 is equals to 2. Then it's going to be n minus 1 all squared minus 6. It's going to be n minus 1. Hope that makes sense, right? So what we're going to do is that we're going to basically clean it up, meaning by expanding it. So when we expand this is going to be Sn minus 1 is equals to, then it's going to be 2. This is going to be n squared. So this is going to be n squared, right? And this is going to be minus 2. And this is going to be plus 1. And this is going to be what? This is going to be minus 6. Distribute the 6. So it's going to be minus 6n. Then it's going to be plus 6. Right? So now we're going to distribute the 2. So we know the fact that Sn minus 1 is equals to 2n squared minus 4n, right? Minus 4n, and this is going to be plus 2, then it's going to be minus 6n plus 6. Then we're going to group like terms. So grouping like terms, we know the fact that n squared is alone, then this and this are going to be together, then lastly this and this are going to be together. So now we know the fact that Sn minus 1 is equals to what? To 2n squared. Then this is going to give me negative 10, right? It's going to be negative 10. And then it's going to be what? It's going to be negative 10n. Then we're going to have plus 8, right? So that's going to be what we have, right? So that's what we're going to have. Then now remember the fact that we're looking for this, right? We're looking for this. So we know the fact that Tn is equals to Sn minus 1. So now we're going to substitute. We know the fact that Tn is equals to 300. So you know the fact that this is going to be 300. And we know that Sn is equals to 2n squared minus 6n. So we know the fact that this is going to be 2n squared, right, minus 6n. So minus 6n minus, then we have this one. Since it's a minus, we need to put in a bracket because this negative is going to affect everything. So substitute that. So it's going to be 2n squared minus 10n plus 8. Close the bracket, right? So this is going to be 300 is equals to, then it's going to be 2n squared minus 6n, right? Distribute the negative, it's going to be minus 2n squared. Then this is going to be plus 10n. Then it's going to be what? It's going to be minus 8. So again, group like terms, right? So we see the fact that this one and this one are going to be the same. Then we see the fact that this and this are together. Then the 8 is alone, right? So now cleaning this up, we see that the yellow one are going to give us 0. So they're going to cancel out completely. Then we see that the blue one is going to give us what? So we see that the blue one is going to give us positive 4, right? So it's going to be equals to 4n. Then it's going to be what? 4n minus 8, right? Take the 8 to the other side. So it's going to be 300 plus 8 is equals to 4n, right? So this is going to be 308 is equals to 4n. Divide both sides by 4. So it's going to be 308 divided by 4 is equals to n. So therefore the n is basically equals to what? Is equals to 77. So now we're going to do functions. We're going to do question 4. So question 4, it says, given a function which is f of x, we see that f of x is a linear function, and they also gave us a restriction, right? So 4.1, it says determine the f inverse. So this is f inverse. So how we're going to do that is that first we're going to take f of x. So before we start finding the F inverse, is that we're going to find the inverse, right, by swapping X and Y. And also, we also need to give a restriction for it, right? So first, we're going to take this, right? We're going to find F inverse, then we're going to do the restriction. So let's start with the F inverse. You're going to take F of X, which we're going to have that F of X is equals to 3X minus 5. Then you're going to change F of X into being Y, right? So you can swap X and Y. So you're going to say Y is equals to 3X minus 5. Then swap X and Y. So we're going to swap X and Y. So we're going to have X is equals to 3Y minus 5. Then we're going to make Y the subject. So we're going to take 5 to the other side. So it's going to be X plus 5 is equals to 3Y. Divide both sides by 3. So it's going to be X plus 5 divided by 3. It's equals to Y, right? Then now I'm just going to distribute it, right? Distribute the 3. This is the same as having X divided by 3 plus 5 divided by 3. It's equals to Y. So this is going to be your F inverse, right? It's equals to X divided by 3 plus 5 divided by 3. Now finding, so now we're going to be finding the interval, right? The interval for what? For F inverse, right? So basically we know the fact that for F of X, right, the interval is what? Is X is an element. So X is an element. Let's go up. X is an element between, so we know that X is an element between -4 is to 5, right? Is to 5. Then for F inverse, so for F inverse, what you're going to do is that you're going to substitute X is equals to -4 and X is to 5 into, very important, into F of X. Don't substitute it into F inverse, into F of X, right? So basically your Y, whatever you're going to get for your Y here, is going to be the one that's going to be the interval for this one. Hope that makes sense, right? So now doing that, we know the fact that it's going to be X equals to -4. We're going to have Y is equals to what? Is equals to, remember that our equation is 3, then it's going to be -4, then this is going to be -5, and this is going to give me what? This is going to give me -17, right? Then for X is equals to 5, it's going to be Y is equals to 3 negative, not -4, it's going to be 5, then it's going to be -5. So Y is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 10, right? Then the reason why we're finding the Y, remember the fact that when we're finding the inverse, we basically swap X and Y. So your X becomes your Y and your Y becomes your X. So therefore, since the inverse, right, is swapping X and Y, therefore the interval for F inverse is going to be what? It's going to be X. Remember the fact that this becomes X, right? So it's going to be X is between -17 till 10. Hope that makes sense, right? So therefore, our F inverse is equals to what? Is equals to X divided by 3 plus 5 divided by 3, and X is between -17 and 10. So now we're going to do 4.2. It says calculate the value of f5. f5, it's exactly this. It's substituting wherever you see x, you substitute 5, which is exactly this, right? So we see the fact that f5, we already solved it, which is 10. So we see that f5 is basically equals to 10. So now we're going to do 4.3. It says sketch the graph f and f inverse in the same axis, right? And we need to indicate the line of symmetry, right? And also the coordinate and the endpoint. So what we need to do is the following, is that let's sketch f of x. Since it's inverse, it's just swapping them, right? So we know the fact that sketching a linear function. So we know that sketching a linear function, we need the following. We need the intercepts only. So we need the intercepts only. So both x and y intercepts. So we need the intercepts, right? So we know the fact that we have f of x. So we know the fact that this is f of x, right? So we know the fact that the x-intercept, so we know the fact that f of x in our case is equals to what? Is equals to 3x minus 5. We know that this gives us the y-intercept. So this gives us the y-intercept. So meaning our coordinate for the y-intercept is going to be 0 is to negative 5. Then now we need to find the x-intercept. So finding the x-intercept, it's going to be what? We need to let y equals to 0. So y is f of x, so that's the same as 0 is equals to 3x minus 5. So this is going to be the same as positive 5 is equals to 3x. So therefore x is equals to 5 over 3. Right? So we have that. So now the coordinate here is going to be 5 over 3 is to 0, right? But what do we know about the relationship of f of x and the inverse? So I'm going to draw the table. So let me just draw a table. Remember the fact that we just need two things, right? We need f of x and we have f inverse. F of x is swapping x and y, right? So meaning is that the x-intercept here is going to be our y-intercept here. So we know that our x-intercept is 5 over 3 is to 0, meaning here is going to be 0 is to 5 over 3, right? Then we see that our y-intercept here becomes our x-intercept because we're swapping, right? Which we see the fact that our y-intercept is what? It's 0 is to negative 5. And here it's going to be what? It's going to be, so our y is going to be, our x-intercept here is going to be negative 5 is to 0, right? So we have our x and y intercept. But then we need one more thing, is that we have the interval, right? So remember that the interval for this one is what? Is between 4 and 5. And the other one is between 17 and 10, right? So now they said the fact that they want the, remember the fact that they said they want the coordinate of the endpoint, right? So remember the fact that to find the coordinate of the endpoint, look at this, is that we know the fact that to find for the inverse, it's what? It's negative 4 is to 17. That's going to be the endpoint. And this one is 5 is to 10, right? Because to get the 17, we needed to substitute negative 4. And to get this 10, we needed to substitute 5, right? So the endpoint, right? So the endpoint for this one, so the endpoint, right? So the endpoint for f of x, so for the endpoint for f of x, it's what? It's negative 4 is to what? Remember, it's negative 4 is to negative 17. Meaning for the inverse is that we're going to swap this 2. Right? So for the inverse, now it's going to be negative 17 is to negative 4. Then for 5, the endpoint is 5 is to 10. So meaning here it's going to be 10 is to 5. So when sketching, we're going to start with the endpoint, right? So we're going to start with the endpoint of f of x. So now we're going to draw we're going to draw f of x, right? So starting with the endpoint. So we see the fact that we highlighted the endpoint in red. So I'm going to change my pen in red. Then we're going to start with the endpoint. We see the fact that the first one is -4. So -4 is here, is to -17. So we know the fact that -4 goes like this into, let me just fix this, -4. It's like this, it to -17. So -17 is between these two. So it's going to be like this. Okay, made a mistake. So it's going to be like this. So let me just fix it like this. So we know the fact that this is -4 is to -17. So that's the first endpoint, right? Then the second one is going to be what? It's going to be 5. So 5 is between 4 and 6. So 5 is between here. Then it's going to be 5 is to 10. So it's going to be 5 is to 10. So you know the fact that it's going to go like this. So 5. Keep on. So 5 is here. Is to 10. So yes. So it's going to be like this. Then before putting your x and y intercept, just connect the two. So connecting the two, it's going to be a line going from here to there, right? So we have that. Then we see the fact that our x-intercept, right? We see the fact that our x-intercept, our y-intercept first is here. Do you see? Which is true because of its -5. So this is going to be -5. Then our x-intercept is going to be here, which is what? Which is 5 over 3. Then with that, we're going to have this at 2 endpoints. Let's add them. So we know the fact that here is going to be what? It's going to be 5 is to 10. And this endpoint here, we know the fact that is what? It's -4 is to -17, right? And this gives us f of x. So let's erase this. And this is what? This is f of x. So this is our f of x. Now let's do our f inverse. So f inverse, I'm going to highlight it in green. Right? Then let me take my green pen. And now let's deal with that. We know that f inverse is going to be, our first endpoint is going to be -17, which is going to be here. Right? So it's going to be -17, which is going to be here. There is to -4. Right? So we know the fact it's going to be -17. So it's going to be here like that. Then -4 is going to be this line here. So that's going to be our first point, right? So let me just do this. That's going to be our first endpoint. Then the second one is going to be 10. So it's going to be +10. So it's going to be +10 is to 5. So it's +10 is to 5. So we know the fact that it's from here. So it's going to be +10. So it's going to be this one. Is to what? Is to 5. So we know the fact that 5 is here. So we're going to go through there. So it's going to be like this. So this is going to be our second one, right? Then we're going to connect those two. So connecting those two is going to be this point till this point, right? Then we're going to basically write this one. We know the fact that here it's -17 is to -4. And the other one is 10 is to 5, right? Then we see the fact that our x-intercept here is -5, which makes sense because it's exactly at -5 here. And we see the fact that our y-intercept is 5 over 3. So it's going to be 5 over 3 here, right? Then we're going to delete this. Then remember the fact that they said the fact that we should show the line of symmetry. The line of symmetry, right? Let me just maybe highlight it in blue. This line, right, which is, I'm going to make it in blue, is basically what this line is. Y is equals to x. So it's the line that goes through the origin, right? And it needs to basically go through this point here, the intersection between x and y. Hope that makes sense, right? So that line as y is equals to x, I'm going to sketch it now. I'm going to do it in dotted. So it's going to be the line that goes through here, here, and there. Let me just do this. It's just extended. So that is the symmetry line. So go back to solid. That is y is equals to x. And then you're done sketching the graph. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're going to do 4.4. It says calculate the coordinate of the point of intersection of f and f of x. So we see the fact that that point, it's this point, right? So how do you find the intersection between these two? It's basically equating them together, right? So it's saying f of x is equals to f inverse. And we already know that f of x is equals to 3x minus 5, right? And f of x, when we found it, the f inverse is going to be x divided by 3 plus 5 divided by what? 5 divided by 3. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take everything with x to one side and everything with just numbers on the other side. So this is going to be 3x. Then it's going to be minus x divided by 3. It's equals to 5 divided by 3 plus 5. Add those two together, you're going to get 8x divided by 3, right? Then this side, you're going to get 20 divided by what? 20 divided by 3. So what I want to do is that I'm going to split it. This is the same as 8 divided by 3x is equals to 20 divided by 3. Since this side, 8 divided by 3 is multiplying, when we take it to the other side, it's going to divide. So x is going to be equals to 20 divided by 3, right? Divide by 8 divided by 3. Punch that into the calculator. You're going to get that your x is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 5 divided by 2, right? Then we need the actual coordinate. So we're going to substitute our x equals to 5 over 2, 5 over 2. Into, I'm going to substitute it at f of x, right? So we're going to find basically y is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to what's f of x? It's going to be 3. Then it's going to be 5 divided by 2. Then it's going to be minus 5. So y is going to be, punch this into the calculator, you're going to get it's going to be 5 divided by 2, right? So now, going down, the point of the intersection point is going to be what? It's going to be 5 divided by 2 is 2. 5 divided by 2. So now we're going to do 5.4. It says given the following information. So they tell us that f of x, which is basically equals to the first derivative of g, right? Then they tell us that g of x is a parabola, which is a quadratic function, right? And they tell us that it has a y-intercept of 25 divided by 6. So that's what we have, right? Then after that, they say the fact that we need to determine the minimum value of h of x if h of x is equals to this. So what are we looking for? We're looking for the minimum value, right? And they give us the function of h of x, and we see the fact that h of x is equals to that, right? So let's talk more about h of x. We see the fact that we have h of x is equals to 2 to the power g of x. What is g of x? G of x is a quadratic, right? So we know the fact that g of x is a quadratic, a parabola, right? Which is the same as the quadratic function, right? So if you have watched my master NBT, is that I do a similar question. So this is the same as finding h of x, and we know the fact that 2, this is a quadratic function. So if you have the power as being the quadratic function and you're looking for the minimum value, right? Therefore, the minimum value, right? The minimum value, you're basically calculating what? 2 is going to be 2, which is you're going to keep the base. Then here is going to be the y coordinate to the power of the y coordinate of the turning point. So this is what you're looking for. So this, let's highlight it. It's what you're actually looking for, right? So now, if you notice, is that we need to know how to find this, right? The turning point of the y coordinate of the turning point of the graph g of x. So I'm just going to put this inside a block. And just another thing is that I would suggest from looking at this kind of questions so far, is that I would suggest the fact that just even whether you're writing your MBT or not, right? I would suggest just go watch the master series. I think in terms of performing very well for the final or even the trial exam it would benefit you way more to go watch that entire master when preparing, especially if you want like your 80 or your 100, because if I'm noticing the fact that the type of hard questions they like taking from the type of MBT questions, that's the pattern that I notice. So I would suggest for you to do that, right? So now we know the fact that we need the y coordinate of the turning point of g of x, right? So they tell us the following, right? They tell us the fact that g of x is a parabola. So we know the fact that g of x is a parabola, meaning g of x can be written like this, can be written as x squared plus bx plus c. But they told us the fact that the y-intercept, but we know that the y-intercept, right, is what is equals to what? Is equals to 25 divided by what? Divided by 6, right? So divided by 6. So therefore, we know that c is equals to 25 divided by 6. So let's update it. So we know that g of x now is equals to ax squared plus bx. Then this is going to be plus 25 divided by 6. Hope that makes sense, right? Then remember the fact that to find the turning point, the y coordinate of the turning point, is that what do we need? We need to basically find this g of x. Then after finding g of x, that's the only way to find the turning point, right? So now what do we know? But we know the fact that we know or we given, we are given that f of x is equals to g prime, right? So we know the fact that the two are equals to each other. And another thing is, when you, like, obviously in grade 12 you learn how to find the first derivative and the second derivative and all that, right? And another way of finding the turning point, the x coordinate of the turning point, right, is basically finding the first derivative. So we could use this relationship to find the x coordinate of the turning point, right? 1, and 2, we can basically use it to complete this equation, right? So we know this, right? So first we're going to find what g of x is, right? So knowing this relationship, we know the following. We can first we can find g of x of this and equate it by f of x. So let's find g prime of x. So that's going to be a multiplied by 2, then it's going to be x, then it's going to be 2 minus 1, plus b multiplied by 1 is going to be x, 1 minus 1, and the constant is going to be plus 0. So this is going to be g prime of x is equals to what? It's equals to 2ax, right? And this is going to be plus b. So we know that, right? So we also given the fact that that is equals to f of x. Our f of x, remember, is equals to what? So let's go up. We know that f of x is 3x minus 5. So we know the fact that f of x is 3x minus 5. So we know the fact that this is going to be 3x minus 5 is equals to 2ax plus b. So what do we know? We know the fact that the one that has a constant of, the coefficient of 0 are we're going to equate them together, meaning these two are equal, the one that I highlighted, right? We ignoring x there, and we see the fact that this is equals to this. So we see the fact that what? We see the fact that we see the fact that 3, right, is equals to 2a. Therefore, we see a is equals to what? To 3 over 2. Then we see that b is equals to what? B is equals to negative 5, right? So now we have a, b, and c. So we know the fact that now g of x is equals to 3 over 2 x squared minus 5x. Then we know the fact that plus 25 divided by what? Divided by 6, right? So now we found g of x. So let me just go up, and here in the heading saying finding g of x, right? So finding g of x. So then now we're going to be finding what? We're finding the coordinate, right? Finding the x coordinate of the turning point, right? So to find the y coordinate of the turning point, we need the x, right? So we're going to highlight, underline that. We know the fact that to find that, we can use the x is equals to b divided by 2a, but we can also use the fact that g prime of x is equals to 0. So we can use that, right? So we're going to use that. So we already know that g prime of x is equals to 0. So we already know the fact that, but we know the fact that g prime of x is basically equals to f of x. So this is the same as finding f of x is equals to 0 and solving for what? So therefore, this is the same as finding this, solving for x, right? So we know the fact that f of x is equals to what? Is equals to 3x. So it's the same as 3x, right? 3x minus 5 is equals to 0. So take the 5 to the other side. So it's going to be 3x is equals to what? Is equals to positive 5. So this is going to be x is equals to 5 over 3, right? So it's going to be 5 over 3. Then, now we know the fact that that is going to be 5 over 3. Then finding now the y coordinate of TP, right? Of the turning point. So what we're going to do is that we're going to substitute x, which is equals to 5 over 3, into g of x. And we know that g of x, right, is equals to what? It's equals to 3 over 2. 3 over 2 x squared. Then it's minus 5x. Then lastly, it's going to be plus 25 divided by 6 is going to be 25 divided by 6, right? So now y is equals to, then it's going to be 3 over 2. Then this is going to be 5 over 3 all squared minus 5. And it's going to be 5 over 3, right? Then it's going to be plus 25 divided by 6. So therefore, we see that y is going to be equals to 0. So therefore, let me just say that the y coordinate of TP is basically equals to 0. So now remember the fact that we're finding what? The minimum value. So therefore, we know that the minimum value, right? The minimum value is equals to 2. Then it's going to be y coordinate of the turning point. It's basically equals to 2 to the power 0, which is going to give me 1. So that's how you would find the minimum value. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're going to do question 5. It says the graph f of x is equals to negative 1 over 2 x plus 2 all squared plus 1 over, which equals 1 over 4. So we see the fact that that is a quadratic and this is the quadratic function. But another thing is that the quadratic is in what? Is in the turning formula, right? So meaning this point here, the turning point, right? Here, we see that the turning point here, the coordinate, right, for the turning point, if we just look closer here, is going to be what? It's going to be the x coordinate of the turning point is the opposite sign of whatever we have inside. So this is going to be -2 is 2 for 1 over 2. So let's put this down here. It's going to be -2, which is 4 over 4. So it's going to be 4, 1 over 2, right? Then they tell us the fact that g of x, right, g of x is this. This is a hyperbola. We see the fact that the hyperbola has what? Has an asymptote here at P and at Q. And if we look closely, we see the fact that here we have the value of -2. The axis of symmetry of the hyperbola, right, of the quadratic, sorry, is the asymptote, is the vertical asymptote for this, for the hyperbola. Hope that makes sense. I'm going to just do this. We go back, yes, right? So it's the same thing. So meaning now I know what P is here. So I know what P is. P, since here is -2, P meaning is the opposite sign, meaning P is going to be equals to +2, right? Then we see the fact that on the graph, they didn't give us Q. So that's what we have. Then they tell us the fact that is drawn below. The graphs of F and G cuts the Y. So they tell us that the graph F, right, and G cuts the Y-axis, meaning we see the fact that F, which is this one, right, cuts the Y-axis here at B and G here at D, right? They tell us they cut at 2, 1 over 2 and -2 respectively, meaning for this one, for F is going to be this one, meaning it's going to be here at B. So B, the coordinate of B, meaning it's going to be 0, is 2, 1 over 2. Then the coordinate of D is going to be 0, is 2, -1 over 2. Because of that's how they list them, right? F and this one, G and this one. And this is the cuts the y-axis, which is the y-intercept. Hope that makes sense, right? Then it continues, says one of the point of intersection, right? So one of the point of intersection on the graph is point A. We see the fact that that's true. So that's the point of intersection. So that is that. Then they say point C, right, is the intersection at the x-intercept. So we see the fact that point C is also the the point of intersection at the x-intercept for F and G. Then they give us that the vertical asymptote of G is x is equals to -2, which is already I have established here. Hope that makes sense, right? So I think we have everything. We can now go answer the first questions, Anna. So now the first question says, write down the coordinate of B. We see the fact that the coordinate of B, we already have it. It's 0 is 2, 2.5, right? So we see the fact that the coordinate of B is 0 is 2, 1.5. So that is the first question. So now we're going to do 5.2. It says calculate the value of A, P, and Q. So let's go up. A, P, and Q is from G of X. So we see the fact that G of X, right, has all the unknowns that we need to calculate, right? So we know that G of X is equals to A divided by X minus P plus Q, right? And then we know the fact that P, right? We know that P is equals to what? We know that P is equals to 2, right? So, but we know that P is equals to 2. So therefore, let's update. So P is equals to 2. So now we're going to update G of X, right? So we know the fact that now G of X is equals to A divided by X plus 2, right? So it's going to be X plus 2 plus Q. Then we see the fact that we need to calculate A and P. So that is 2 unknowns. Since it's 2 unknowns, we're going to need to what? We're going to need 2 points. So let's go up and see which points do we have, right? So we see the fact that point A, right, gives us 1 point. Point A gives us 1 point, which is good. So we know the fact that we can use point A to basically create the first what? We can create the first the first equation, right? Then we see the fact that point C gives us another point. And the nice thing is that point C is the what? Is the x-intercept, right? Of what? Of both of them. So we know the fact that we have the complete f of x, so we can find point C. So we know the fact that point A, so we're going to creating the first equation, creating equation one, right? So we're going to substitute point. So we're going to substitute, what's the point? Point A. So we're going to substitute point A, which is -3 is to 4. So -3 is to 4, right? So now, doing that is that we know the fact that g of x is going to be y, so it's going to be 4 is equals to a divided by -3 plus 2, then it's going to be plus q, right? So this is going to be the same as 4 is equals to a divided by -1 plus q, then go up. This is the same as having 4 is equals to -a plus q. So now creating equation 2. Creating equation 2, right? We're going to substitute and let's go up. I think at first I said we're going to substitute C, but remember the fact that it's not necessarily the intersection that we need, but we have another point on g of x, which is point D, and we have it as 0 is to -12. So we're going to substitute point D. Unlike going the long route at finding C. Hope I'm making sense. So it's going to be point D, which is going to be 0 is to -1/2, right? So now we have that. So now we know the fact that g of x, remember the fact that g of x is equals to a divided by x plus 2 plus q. So let's substitute. So it's going to be -1/2 is equals to a divided by what? Divided by 0 plus 2 plus q, right? So this is the same as -1/2, and this is going to be equals to a divided by 2 is equals plus, this is going to be plus q, right? So now this is going to be your second equation. So now we're going to take the the first equation, right, and make q the subject, or a the subject, but I'm going to make q, right? So taking equation 1 and making q the subject. It's fine if you make a the subject too. So I just want to make q, so it's going to be 4. We know the fact that our equation is 4. 4 is equals to -a plus q. So take the a to the other side. It's going to be 4 plus a is equals to q. So everything's in terms of q. So meaning q is the subject. Then now we're going to substitute equation 3 into what? Into very important equation 2. Why are we not substituting here? Because of equation 1 and equation 3 is the same thing, but it's written differently. Hope that makes sense. So this is going to be equation 2 is going to be 1/2. Remember, is equals to what? Is equals to a divided by 2 then plus q. So now let's substitute q. So we have -1/2 is equals to, wherever we see q, we're going to substitute by this. So it's going to be a divided by 2, then it's going to be plus, this is going to be 4 plus a, right? Then now everything with the number is going to be on one side, everything with a is going to be on the other side. So it's going to be -1/2. Then this is going to be -4 is equals to a divided by 2, then it's going to be plus a. So in your calculator, you're going to say 0.5, which is 1/2, minus 4. You're going to get it as being -9 divided by 2. And also in your calculator, you're going to say 0.5, right, plus 1, then you're going to get it as 3 divided by 2a, right? So now we want a alone, so it's going to be negative 9 divided by 2. Then take this to the other side. Since it's dividing, since it's multiplying here, it's going to divide when it goes to the other side. So it's going to be divided by 3 over 2 is equals to a. So in your calculator now, you're going to say negative 9 divided by what? Divided by 2. That divided by what? Divided by 3 over 2. So it's going to be 3 divided by 2. Then you're going to get your answer as being negative 3 is equals to a. So we know that our a is going to be equals to negative 3, right? Then now we're going to find what? We're going to find q. So we're going to take this one because it's in, the subject is already q. So we're going to substitute a is equals to negative 3 into equation 3. So we know that q is equals to, let's go up, 4 plus a. So it's going to be 4 plus a. So we know that q is equals to 4 plus negative 3. So therefore q is going to be equals to positive 1. So we see that our q is equals to positive 1. So now we have all three values. So let's highlight them. We see that our a, so let's start at the top. We see that our p is equals to this one, right? Because they said PQ. So now we know the fact that our a was equals to this one, and therefore our q is equals to this one. So that's how you will find your values, a, p, and q. So now we're going to do 5.3. It says determine the range of f, right? And we know that f of x is what? Is the quadratic. So this is how you find the range. The first thing is that you need to determine whether a is positive or negative, because that's going to tell you what you need, and you need the value of q. So now we know the fact that, let's go up, right? We see the fact that our value of a is negative 1 over 2, meaning it's negative. So we know the fact that we need a and q. So let's do this. So we know the fact that our a value is equals to negative 1 over 2, which is less than 0. So we have a, right? Then q, if we go up, is the y coordinate of the turning point. So we know the fact that it's here, and also here, it's here, right? So we see the fact that it's this value, which is 4.5. So it's going to be 4.5. 4.5. So it's 4.5. Therefore, the range for this question is going to be this one, right? So let's highlight it maybe. It's going to be this one. So we know the fact that it's going to be y is greater than or equals to 4 is to 1 over 2. So that's how you would find the range for this question. So now we're going to do 5.4. It says determine the equation of the axis of symmetry. And I'm just going to highlight this part, right? The axis of symmetry of G, right? Such that the gradient is equal to negative 1. So the fact that they told us that the axis of symmetry is that by default, the axis of symmetry has two equations that you can find. The one with the positive gradient and the one with the negative gradient. The one with the positive gradient is equals to 1, positive 1, and the one with the negative is equals to a negative 1. So this, I think, maybe was to try to throw you off, right? But we know the fact that this is for the negative gradient. So this is for the negative gradient. So this is for the negative gradient, right? And for the negative gradient, the equation is y is equals to negative x plus c. Do you see? That is, the gradient is negative 1. So that is the formula for the negative gradient. So now how to solve c, right? So to solve for c, we need to substitute, right? We need to substitute P and Q, right? So let's go up. We see the fact that our P value, remember, our P value is 2, right? And our Q value is 1, right? So therefore, we know the fact that that is equals to, our P value is, it's 2. Very important with P, because P, do you see the fact that it's in front of X? The one that has X always is that you need to do the opposite. So meaning our P value in terms of the coordinate is going to be -2. Then our Q value is going to remain the same as being 1, right? As the one that we found here. So here is going to be what? It's going to be opposite. So I'm just going to say minus. So it's going to be -2 and is 2, 1. And I'm just going to go back. The point that we're substituting is this point here, right? It's the intersection. Remember the fact that this is -2. This is our P. Then Q was 1, right? We found it as Y is equals to 1. So this is going to be 1. So that is the point that we're substituting, right? So we're substituting that point. So now substituting that point, we see the fact that we're going to have 1 is equals to negative. Then it's going to -2 plus C. So 1 is going to be equals to +2 plus C. Take the 2 to the other side. It's going to be 1 minus 2 is equals to C. So therefore, C is equals to -1, right? So therefore, the equation, for the equation is going to be Y is equals to -X minus 1. So now we're going to do 5.5. They say determine the average gradient between the point B and C. We see that point B, right? Let's go up. We see that point B is where it's this one. We already have the point, right? We know that point B, its point is going to be what? It's going to be point B. We're given the point at 0 is 2, 2, 1 over 2, right? So that's point B. It's going to be 2 is 2, 1 over 2, 2.5 basically, right? Then point C is here. Do you see the point C is the intersection between f of x and g of x? So I'm going to use f of x to find point C. Reason for that is that I don't want, if I use g of x, right, and let's say the fact that my A, P, and Q was wrong, then I'm going to affect this answer C. So I don't want to affect it. So I'm going to use what they gave me, which is f of x, to find this point C, right? So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to basically find point C. So finding point C. So what we're going to do is that we're going to substitute, so finding point C, we know that C is the x-intercept of f of x and g of x. So we know the fact that with x-intercept, we need to let y equals to 0. So we know that f of x is equals to -1 over 2. Let's go up, and it's x plus 2, so it's going to be x plus 2 all squared. Then we're going to go up. It's going to be 4.5. So it's going to be 4.5 plus 4.5. So now f of x is 0, because that's y. So it's going to be 0 is equals to -1 over 2. It's going to be x plus 2 all squared plus 4.1 over 2. Take the 4.5 to the other side. It's going to be -1 over 2. Then it's going to be equals to -1 over 2. Then it's going to be x plus 2 all squared, right? Drop the negatives because they're both negatives. So it's going to be 4.5. Then it's going to be equals to 1 over 2. Then it's going to be x plus 2 all squared. Since this side, our half is multiplying, meaning when you take it to the other side, it's going to divide. So it's going to be 1 over 2. Then it's going to be divided by 1 over 2. It's equals to what? It's equals to x plus 2 all squared. This is going to give me 9 is equals to x plus 2 all squared, right? Then we're going to square root both sides. So there's going to be plus or minus square root of 9. Reason why is that our power is an even number. So it's going to be square root of x plus 2 all squared. So this side is going to give me plus or minus 3 is equals to x plus 2, right? So our answer is going to be the positive 3 is equals to x plus 2, or the negative 3 is equals to x plus 2. So let's solve this side. So it's going to be 3. Take the 2 to the other side, minus 2 is equals to x. So therefore x is equals to positive 1. Or this side is going to be negative 3 minus 2 is equals to x. So therefore, negative 5 is equals to x. Let's go back and see which one is C. We see the fact that C is by default this one, because of negative 5 is this one. So C is going to be the one that's positive. So we see that that point C, it's 1 is to 0, right? So we see the fact that that's C. So now finding the average gradient. Finding the average gradient is the same as using the gradient formula. So it's going to be average gradient is equals to what? To YC minus Y is between Y and B, right? YB divided by what? Divided by XC minus XB. Remember consistency. If you start with C, the denominator needs to be C. If you start with Y, vice versa. So I'm going to take my B, duplicate it, cut it, just to have it close by, right? Yes. So now let's substitute. So when we substitute, this is the same as what? YC is going to be 0. So it's going to be 0 minus 2.5. And that is going to be divided by what? Divided by XC is going to be 1 minus 0. Let's simplify this. This is the same as negative 2, 1 over 2, right? And this is going to be divided by 1. So this will be your final answer for this question. So now we're going to do 5.6, right? So they say it's for which value of x, and they give us the fact that f of x is less than 0. So what does it mean when f of x is less than 0? So what does that mean? When we have f of x is less than and equals to 0, right? So first we're looking for all the y values that are positive. So we're looking for we are looking for the y positive. So we're looking for when f of x is when f of x is in the positive y-axis. So let me just show you. So our y-axis is divided here, right? I'm going to draw a line where it's divided. So do you see this line, the line that I'm highlighting, the x-axis? It's where it's divided, right? Where one is positive and one is negative. So maybe let's do it like this with blue. Maybe let's do it with the highlighters, right? You see this black highlighter, right? That divides the negative and positive. So I'm going to highlight green. It's going to mean positive y-axis. That's what we're looking for, right? Then red is going to represent the negative y-axis. So we're looking for when it's up here, right? Then how do we get the x values, right? So the x values is going to be where the x values, remember the fact that they said the fact that the values of x, so the values of x always when you're dealing with this type of questions, it's going to be your x-intercept. So it's going to be your x-intercepts. So we see that our x-intercept is going to be here, right? And the other one is going to be here. This one we found it as what? We found that C is 1, right? So we know the fact that this is 1 is 2, 0. Then you're going to draw dotted lines there. So you're going to draw dotted lines on your x-intercept, right? And go back to solid. Then you're going to divide your quadrant. So here we know the fact that this is from negative infinity till 5. This is going to be quadrant 1. Then from here, it's going to be quadrant 2. Then lastly, this is going to be quadrant 3 till positive infinity. Then do you see the part that I want, which is in my case, I want the positive, right? And I just so that there's consistency, because we're looking for what? We're looking, I'm going to increase the highlighter. We're looking for this, right? Which is green, which I'm looking for this. So I'm going to highlight that portion in green, just to show the fact that we're looking for that, right? Hope I'm making sense. So I'm going to do this. Yes. Okay. So now in each quadrant, we're going to ask ourselves, remember the fact that our graph is the red one. We're going to ask ourselves, in each quadrant, is our graph inside the highlighted part? If yes, then that is part of the solution. If no, it's not. So we're going to start with the first quadrant from negative infinity till positive, till positive negative 5, right? So this is the first quadrant. Is our graph is on the highlighted part or not? We see the fact that it's not, so this is not part of our solution, right? Then we see the fact that from negative 5 till negative 1, which is this part, right? Do you see the fact that our red graph is in the highlighted part? So this is part of our solution. Then lastly, this one, it's not. Do you see that? So this is not. So with that, our solution is going to be x. Let's go back. Remember the fact that it's equals to, right? So meaning this is going to be square bracket. Hope that makes sense. So it's going to be from x is an element. X is an element. Then square bracket is going to be from negative 5 till positive 1, square bracket. And the square bracket is because of it's equals to. So now we're going to do 5.6.2. It says we need to find g of x multiplied by g prime of x is greater than 0. So first we need to understand what's happening here, right? So we need to understand, what does it mean? This is too thick. Let me just go back. Yes. So we need to understand what g of x multiplied by g prime of x, right, is greater than 0. What does it mean, right? So it means the fact that when multiplying g of x and the first derivative, right, is that we need to get a positive. So we have two cases that can happen. G of x needs to be positive, multiplied by also g prime of x needs to be positive. Then we know the fact that when you multiply them together, you're going to get a positive. Or we have the second option, is that they both negative, because a negative and a negative gives you a positive. So we understand that, right? So now we know the fact that for this to happen is that we need to understand when does g of x become positive and when g of x becomes negative. So now we need to know g of x being positive. So it's going to be g of x being positive or negative. So we need to understand that, right? So g of x, right, is greater than 0, right, when it's on the positive y-axis. Then g of x is less than 0, meaning it's negative, right, on the negative y-axis, right? So now what we're going to do, we're going to highlight that, right? So I'm going to color coordinate it. Is that when it's positive, right, we know the fact that it's going to be green. Then when it's negative, it's going to be red. So I'm going to divide the graph. So I'm going to divide the graph here. And this side, do you see the fact that this, and let me just make it here. This is going to be your x-axis, right? And your x-axis divides your graph from the positive y-axis and the negative y-axis, right? Remember the fact that g of x is the hyperbola, right? So I'm going to highlight where it's on the positive y-axis. So let's do this. We know the fact that I'm going to erase it though. We know the fact that this represents the positive y-axis and this represents the negative y-axis. Then now looking at g of x, right? At the positive y-axis, which is, do you see the fact that it's on the green, highlighted in green, right? So we see the fact that this is going to be on the positive, so it's going to be here. This represents the positive, right? And also this portion here, the small portion represents the positive what? The positive y-axis, right? Then do you see the fact that everything below here that's under the black line is going to represent the negative y-axis. Hope that makes sense, right? So I'm going to just erase this so that we can see, right? Hope that makes sense. Then now the next important thing is going to be what? It's going to be how we're going to separate it, right? Remember the fact that your answer needs to be in terms of x. So the values of x for this one, right? So for this one, the values of x. So the values of x, right, is going to be what? Do you see the fact that this is a hyperbola, right? And it has an asymptote. So it's going to be the x-intercept. So for g of x, it's going to be the x-intercept and the vertical asymptote, right? So in our case, our x-intercept is going to be here at C. So at C, you're going to put dotted lines. So our x-intercept is going to be here at C. Maybe let's make it with blue here. And also it's going to be here, the vertical asymptote. Remember this point is 1 is to 0, right? Then you're going to just draw dotted lines going down there. So let me just go dotted lines. So we're going to draw dotted lines going then here again, right? So that is that. So we're done with looking for that one. Then now we need to understand. So let me go to black. Now we need g prime of x. Ooh, okay, go wait. Let's change it. So now we need g prime of x, right? G prime of x being positive or negative. So now for that to happen, right, is that you can never know when that is going to happen. So basically is that by looking at the graph, right, by drawing arrows from the graph and making sure the fact that you're going from left to right, how your arrows are positioned, it's going to tell you your gradient, because g prime of x is the gradient, whether your gradient is positive or negative, right? So with that is that you need to draw arrows. So I'm going to draw arrows and I'm going to draw them with maybe my black color, right? Then we'll retrace them, whether if it's positive, if my arrows are upwards, right? So basically is that this is determined. So the this being negative or positive, right? Arrows, let me do so like this, arrows, am I even spelling arrows right? So I'm just going to say arrows like this, looking up means positive. So this is going to mean positive. And arrows looking down, this will mean negative. So depending on what type of arrows that we have, then we're going to pick which one we're going to have. And we're going to color coordinate it. Negative is going to be this one. Then This one is going to be positive, right? So when drawing your arrows on your graph, remember the fact that we're focusing on g of x only. Don't focus on this one, right? We're focusing on g of x. Our arrows, we need to draw them from left going to right, and follow the graph. So let's do that. So following the graph is that we see the fact that our arrows goes like this, right? You see? We see that our arrows is going up. Do you see that? Our arrows, when following the graph, is going up. So with a hyperbola, it can be only one. It can't be both. It can only be one. Meaning our arrows are going to be what? Are going to be positive, right? Because our arrows are going up. So now with that said, meaning we can just change this into being green, right? Remember the fact that green means what? Green means positive. So it's going to be changed into green. I'm changing them into being green because we're representing the fact that g of x, right? Hope that makes sense. So the arrows are going to represent the fact that the direction. Hope that makes sense. Then now we need what? Now we need the value, right? What is the x value here? So the x value that we're going to focus on, so the x value or the values of x it's going to be what? It's going to be our vertical asymptote, right? So we see the fact that we already have that vertical asymptote. And here maybe let's write in your x-intercept. We know the fact that this was 1 is to 0, and here was x is equals to -2. So here is going to be x is equals to -2. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we have divided our graph into 4 parts, right? So into 3 parts. So this part, which is going to be -infinity till -2, is going to be portion 1. From 2 till +1 is going to be portion 2. Then from 1 till +infinity is going to be portion 3. So now remember the fact that to get this to be satisfied, we're looking for when positive and positive gives us negative. So now we're looking for the following, right? So we're looking for, remember the fact that this represents green, right? And this represents red, right? This represents red. So we're looking for what? For this to be satisfied is that we're looking for the arrows to be what? To be green, and also the highlighter to be green, right? So we're looking for both the arrow and the highlighter to be the same color, right? So that's what we're looking for. The minute it's a different color, that means the fact that the highlighter, you see here, the highlighter is red and it's green, meaning when you multiply a positive, which is green, and a negative, which is red, it's going to give us a negative. So that's not part of our solution. So we're going to start and ask ourselves in the first portion, right? In the first one, do you see the fact that our highlighter is green and our arrows is what? Is green. So that's a positive and a positive. There's a positive and a positive. So meaning this is part of our solution, right? Then the second one, which is this portion, do you see? We see the fact that we have red and we have green. That is not part of our solution, right? Then we see the fact that this portion here, do you see it here? Do you see here? Do you see we have green and green? So that is going to be part of our solution. So our solution is going to be what? Is going to be, the answer here is going to be from x. So it's going to be x is an element from -infinity, right? So from -infinity, remember it's a curved bracket. It doesn't have equals to, so it's going to be a curved bracket. So it's going to be from -infinity till 2, right? So it's going to be from -infinity till -2, curved bracket. Or remember, it's from this portion here, which is from 1 till +infinity, or it's from 1 till +infinity. And that's how you would answer this question. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're going to do 5.7. It says if h of x is equals to x, then determine the values of k for which f of x is equals to h of x plus k that has 2 roots that have different signs. This is very important. This is different sign, right? Do you see the fact that we're looking for this? So we're looking for k such that k has two roots with different signs, right? So this, we're going to use this. I'm going to talk more about it, right? But I just want to increase my highlighter. Is that we're going to be calculating this, which comes from this. This is the formula. But let me show you something, is that we actually have closed all the cases. We have a case where it's positive. We're looking for positive, right? A negative. So I think this is the Free State, if I'm not mistaken, right? In the Free State paper, we looked for Free State or KZN, between the two, right? Is that we looked for two equal, but they were positive, right? And I showed you on how to calculate that. So if you're looking for how to calculate for positive, I already did it in the Free State, right? Or in the KZN, I forgot. Then I also did it for the negative, right? Now with this one, with an Eastern Cape, we just closed out for when it's different roots. So we have covered all three cases, which is so cool, right? So now with the two, right? With this two, which is when you're looking for negative roots, or you were looking for positive roots, right? Is that you had two boundaries. You needed to calculate this boundary and the second boundary. But when you have different roots, right? When you're doing different roots, the only thing that you need to calculate is just the product, right? You just need to calculate the product of the roots is less than what? Is less than 0, and this is that, right? So you only calculate one boundary, right? So for this one, remember the fact that you do not calculate this one, you only calculate this one. Hope that makes sense, Anne? So I'm just going to do that. So we know the fact that for this one, we need to calculate what? The product of the roots. So we're looking for the product of the roots. So for this to happen is that the product of the roots is what? Is less than 0, right? But we know that the product of the root, the formula, so product of the roots is equals to what? Is equals to C divided by A, right? So I'm just going to put this inside, go back, I'm going to put this inside a box, but let's make it maybe this color, right? So we're going to do that. But now what do we need? We need C and A. So now we need to express this. So we see the fact that that is equals to what? So it's going to be f of x is equals to, so it's going to be f of x is equals to h of x plus k. We need to write it in this form, right? So that's what we need to do. So we already know that f of x is equals to what? Is equals to negative, maybe let me just pull this down. Let me just write the solution here. Yes. So we know the fact that f of x is equals to what? It's equals to h of x. So it's f of x equals to h of x plus k. So it's going to be plus k. Goal. So our goal is to write it in this form, which is going to be ax squared plus bx plus c. That is the goal, right? So that is the goal. So that is our goal. So we know that f of x is equals to negative 1 over 2. Then it's going to be x, then plus 2 all squared. Then this is going to be plus 4 1 over 2 is equals to h of x. Remember that they told us h of x is equals to x. So it's going to be x plus k, right? So now let's clean up this side. So we're going to expand. So it's going to be negative 1 over 2, open bracket. It's going to be x squared plus 4x. Then it's going to be plus 4, right? Then this, I'm going to change it into a fraction. So it's going to be 9 over 2 is equals to x plus k, right? So we're going to have that. Then now what we're going to do is that we're going to distribute the half, right? We're going to distribute the half. So it's going to be negative 1 over 2 x squared, right? Then this is going to be minus 2 x, then it's going to be minus 2. It's going to be plus 9 over 2. Then I'm going to take this and this to the other side. So it's going to be minus x. Then it's going to be minus k is equals to 0. Remember the fact that this needs to be equals to 0. So that's what we're doing. So this is, yes. So that's what we're doing, right? So now we're going to group like terms. So like terms, meaning x squared are going to be together. So we know the fact that this, then we're going to group the one with just x together. Then we're going to group the one with numbers together. So the constants together. So now let's clean this up, right? So here we see the red one is alone. So it's going to be a half x squared. Then yellow is negative 2 minus what? Minus 1. So it's going to be minus 3x. Then the blue one is going to be negative 2 plus 9 over 2 minus k, which is going to give me what? It's going to give me plus what? Plus 5 over 2. Then it's going to be minus k is equals to 0. Right? So now I'm going to multiply throughout by negative 2 so that this I can get rid of this one, right? So multiplying throughout by negative 2. So it's going to be negative 2, negative 1 over 2. So it's going to be, so multiplying throughout by negative 2. So what I'm doing is this. So it's going to be 1 over 2, negative 1 over 2x minus 3x. Then it's going to be plus 5 over 2 minus k. Then this is going to be 0 multiplied by negative 2. That's what we're doing, right? Multiplying throughout because I want to get rid of this negative a half, right? So with that, I'm going to be left with distributing it throughout. So I'm going to be left with positive x squared. Then this is going to be plus 6x. Then this is going to be minus what? Minus 5. Then this is going to be plus 2k is equals to 0. Hope that makes sense, right? So meaning now our a is going to be equals to what? So our a is going to be the coefficient of x squared, which is going to be positive 1. Then our b is going to be the coefficient of x, which is going to be 6. Then this one, do you see this whole one? This one is going to be our c. So that's going to be our c. The one that doesn't have x is going to be our c, which is going to be negative 5 plus 2k, right? So now remember that the product of the root is equals to c divided by a. So we know that the product of the root is c divided by k. So we know that the product of the root is equals to what? Is equals to c divided by a, right? Which is going to be c is going to be minus 5 plus 2k divided by 1, which is going to give me negative 5 plus 2k, right? So we have that. Then now remember the fact that the condition for one positive and one negative is that we're looking for when the product of the root, it's what? It's less than 0. So we know the fact that the product of the root is minus 5 plus 2k is less than 0. So we're solving for k. So it's going to be 2k less than, take the 5 to the other side, it's going to be positive 5. Therefore, k is less than what? 5 over 2. So your k value needs to be what? Needs to be less than 5 over 2. So that's how you would solve this question. So now we're going to do finance. We're going to do question 6. So 6.1 says, Lester invest 8,000. So let's highlight it. Invest 8,000 at this percentage, which is 13% per annum, compounded quarterly, right? Very important, compounded quarterly. And they tell us that the at the end of the investment, he received what? 22,350. So what do we need to calculate? They say how long did he have to invest this money, right? So now looking at this, we know the fact that this is compound interest, right? So we know the fact that it's compound interest. So the formula is going to be A is equals to P. Then it's going to be 1 plus I divided by what? Divided by M to the power N multiplied by M, right? So now, using that formula, right? Using this formula, we need to basically check what they're looking for. We know the fact that from the question, they're looking for how long. How long means the fact that we're looking for N. So we do not have N, right? That's not what we have. Then what is A? A is the biggest value between the two, which is going to be the 22,000. That's the invested money at the end of the period that we're looking for. Then P is the initial investment, which is going to be 8,000, right? We see that I is equals to 13%. Let's change it to decimal, which is going to be 13 divided by 100, which is the same as 0.13. Then lastly, we're looking for M. M is the compounded quarterly, so it's going to be 4, right? So it's going to be 4. So with that said, let's substitute, right? So we know the fact that this is going to be A, right? So it's going to be A. I'm going to rewrite the formula again. So it's going to be 1 plus I divided by M. Then it's going to be N multiplied by M. So let's substitute, right? So we see the fact that this is going to be 22,350 is equals to 8,000. Then here is going to be 1 plus 0.13 divided by what? Divided by 4. Then this is going to be N multiplied by 4, right? So that's what we're going to have. So now let's clean it up, right? So it's going to be what? This is going to be the same as 22. So I'm going to leave the 22,350. Then this is going to be 8,000, right? Then what I'm going to do is the following, right? Is that I'm going to clean up what's inside the bracket, right? So I'm going to clean up what's inside the bracket. So when you add up everything that's inside the bracket, we're going to find that it's going to be 413 divided by 400. And this is to the power what? This is to the power of 4n. Hope that makes sense, right? It's to the power of 4n. Then now we're going to basically make this one alone so that we can make this the subject. So it's going to be 22,350. Then this is going to be divided by 8,000 because we want to get rid of that. And this is going to be 413, 400. Then it's going to be 4n, right? Then now we want to make 4n the subject because we're solving for n. So it's going to be 4n is equals to log. Then the base of this is going to be the base here. So this is going to be 413 divided by 400, right? And here is going to be exactly this number, right? So this number, when you simplify it, you're going to get it as what? As 4. It's going to be 447 divided by what? Divided by 160. Hope that makes sense, right? So now when you punch that into your calculator, you're going to get that your 4n, right? Your 4n is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 32, comma what? Comma 1, 2, right? Then divide both sides by 4. So it's going to be 4n is going to be equals to 32 divided by 4. So therefore, n is going to be equals to 8,03, and this is going to be in years, right? So that's how you would solve this question. So now we're going to do 6.2. It says Brian deposits 7,700. So we see that Brian deposits 700 at the end of each month. So at the end of each month, meaning the 700 is the monthly installment, right? We do not know what is the monthly installment for it. Into a savings account. So the savings account tells us the fact that we're dealing with future value, right? So that is going to tell us the fact that we're dealing with the future value. So the savings account tells us the fact that we're dealing with the future value, and this is our X. Hope that makes sense, right? And they tell us the fact that for 15 years. So this is done for 15 years. Then they tell us more information, right? And I'm going to change my highlighter. They say the fact that this is our N. They tell us the fact that exactly 5 years, so exactly 5 years after the first payment. So exactly 5 years after the first payment, right? What happens is that 5,000, what you call this, exactly 5 years after the payment, is that this amount, 5,200, was paid into the account is as additional payment. So it was paid into the account, right? So as additional, so it's paid into the account as additional payment, right? And the interest rate for that is what? Then they say the interest rate into the savings is 12% compounded monthly. So we know the fact that it's compounded monthly. So now what we need to calculate, we need to calculate the amount of what? Of determine the accumulated amount of the end of the investment. So we need to calculate how much is the investment plus the remaining amount, which is the one that was made 5 years after. So I'm just going to draw a number line so that we can understand the situation, right? So we have a number line. So it's going to be a number line like this. Okay, so if we have a number line, this is like this, right? So we know the fact that this is going to be what? This is going to be year 1, year 2, till year. So it's year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, right? So year 5 here. So it's going to be year 5. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is going to be 5. So it's going to be year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, and year 6, right? And it continues till year 15, right? So what happens is that every month there's monthly installments, right? So every month from year 1 is that we have monthly installments. So 700 rand, 700 rand, so 700 rand, right? Then it's going to be 700 rand, then 700 rand. Then this continues, right? So this continues, so 700 rand till year 15. So now at year 5, right, he deposits the amount, which is going to be this amount, right? So it's going to be this amount. So now if we color coordinate it and this money grows, right? This money grows. So we see the fact that here it has monthly installments, right? So the red one is that it has monthly installments. So let me just do this. This one is monthly installments, meaning we're going to use F, the future value, right? But from this period, so from this period, and let me just show you, from this period here, that is going to be the accumulated. We want to know how much the 5,200 grow. So this is going to be A. So now to find the accumulated, the total accumulated, right, value is basically calculating what? So finding the total accumulated. So it's going to be total accumulated total accumulated amount is going to be equals to what? Is going to be equals to the future value plus the one that's accumulated. So now calculating the future value, right? So let's go up. So calculating the future value, we see the fact that calculating. So I'm just going to do it here. Calculating FV, right? So we know that the formula for FV is equals to what? Is equals to FV is equals to X, right? X, then open bracket is going to be 1 plus I divided by M. Then it's going to be N multiplied by M. Then this is going to be minus 1. Then this whole thing is going to be divided by I divided by M. Hope I'm making sense, right? So we know the fact that I'm just going to move it just here. So what do we need? We need FV, so we need X. So we see the fact that X is equals to what? To 700 rand, right? So that's the deposit, the monthly deposit, 700 rand. Then we see that I, they share the same interest, which is 12%. Which is, now we're going to change it. It's going to be 12 divided by 100, which is going to be 0.12, right? Then we see the fact that M is equals to, they say compounded what? Monthly. So it's going to be 12. Then lastly, yes, then we have everything, right? So now let's substitute. We know the fact that FV is going to be equals to 700 then open bracket, or we need n, sorry, n, right? N, remember the fact that the total is 15 years, so n is 15 years. So it's going to be 15. Hope that makes sense, right? So now let's substitute, right? So when we substitute, it's going to be 1 plus, then it's going to be 0.12 divided by what? Divided by 12. Then this is to the power 12, 15 years multiplied by 12 minus 1. Then this whole thing is going to be divided by what? This is going to be divided by 0.12 divided by 12. Then we see the fact that the future value of E is equals to what? Is equals to 3, 4. Let me just go back. 3, 4. Okay, it's going to be 3, 4, right? 3, 4, 9. Then 7, 0, 6, comma, 1, 4. Then now calculating your A. So calculating A, right? So with calculating A is that it's going to be what? We know that the formula is going to be A is equals to P, then it's going to be 1 plus I divided by M, then to the power M multiplied by N, right? So we need what? We're looking for A, so we need P. So we see that P is equals to 5,200, right? Remember the fact that going up is 5,200. Then we need our I. Our I is going to be 0.12 because it's the same, it's consistent there. Then we need our M. M is going to be the same. It's going to be 12. Then our N. Our N is going to be what? It's going to be 15 minus 5, which is going to give me 10. Right? So it's going to be 10 because of we taking the 5 years that this investment was not made. Hope that makes sense, right? So now A is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 5,200. Then open bracket is going to be 1 plus. Then it's going to be 1 plus. Then it's going to be 0.12 divided by 12. Then this is going to be 12 multiplied by 10. Right? So therefore, A is going to be equals to 17,000, right? 17,162,18, right? So now we need to calculate the total, right? The total accumulated. So we know the fact that therefore, let me just go up. The total accumulated, which is this, duplicated, cut it. So we see that the total accumulated. Now, calculating the total accumulated is going to be the future value. So we know that the future value is equals to this one, right? So you're going to just duplicate it, cut it, right? So you're going to just paste it here. So it's going to be equals to, let me just paste it here. Then it's going to be plus this one, duplicate it, cut it. Then you're going to paste it here. Then when you punch that into the calculator, you're going to get that the total accumulated is going to be 366, right? Then it's going to be 868,15. So that's how you would basically solve this question. Now we're going to do 6.3. It says Mr. Fakwa was granted a loan of 90,000. So we see the fact that we are talking about a loan, right? And the loan amount is 90,000. So we know the fact that since this is a loan, we're probably going to use the present value, right? Then they tell us the fact that this is going to be the PV, right, which is the loan amount. Then they tell us the fact that in a period of over 20 years, so 20 years is going to be our N, right? That is the period. Then they said the fact that the loan is repaid in equal monthly installments at the end of each month, right? And they tell us that the interest is, then they tell us that the interest is 11.5% per compound monthly, right? Then they tell us the fact that, very important, the first installment is paid, it's paid on the 4th month. So meaning the person missed 3 installments, then paid the first installment, after on the 4th month. So meaning, this means missed 3 payments. Okay, so remember the fact that if you've missed 3 payments, the amount, which is the original loan amount, doesn't stay like that, right? Is that it keeps on growing. It grows interest. So meaning we need to calculate how much interest it grown for the missed payments. Then they say the fact that after the loan was granted, then they say determine the monthly installment for for Mr. Faku, right? So now we know the fact that we need to determine the monthly installment, but before calculating the monthly installment, we need to first calculate the money, how much the money has grown, the new loan amount. So we need to first calculate the new loan amount because he's missed 3 payments, right? So we need to calculate the accumulated amount that has been sitting. Hope I'm making sense, right? So first is that we know the fact that we need to use the present value, but first we need to calculate we need to calculate the new loan amount. And why is that? Because of the missed payments. Hope that makes sense, right? So we're going to do that by calculating the new amount. So the new loan amount. So the new loan amount. It's basically equals to the compound formula, right? So it's going to be A, then it's going to be P, then it's going to be 1 plus I divided by what? Divided by M. Then here it's going to be the missed payment. So we see that P is going to be equals to the initial amount, which is going to be 900,000, right? So we're going to have that. Then we see the fact that our I, right? If we go back, our I is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 11.5%. So it's going to be 11.5%, changing to decimal. So it's going to be 11.5 divided by 100, which is going to be 0.115, right? Then we see that our M is compound monthly, so it's going to be divided by 12, or it's going to be 12. Then the missed payment, right? So the missed payment is equals to what? Is equals to 3, right? So now we see the fact that the new loan amount is basically equals to what? To 900,000, right? Then this is going to be 1 plus 0.115 divided by what? Divided by 12. And this is to the power what? This is to the power 3, right? So this is going to be the new loan amount. Then what we're going to do is that we're going to leave it by like this so that it doesn't affect our decimal. So we know the fact that this is going to be the new loan amount. Now calculating what? We're going to calculate the new installment. So we know the fact that we're going to use the present value formula, right? So the present value, so installment. Yes, so we're going to calculate the new installment. So we know the fact that it's going to be P, right, is equals to what? It's going to be equals to, this is going to be X. Then open bracket, it's going to be X open bracket. Then it's going to be 1 minus open bracket, 1 plus I divided by M. Then it's going to be what? is going to be negative n multiplied by m. Then this whole thing is going to be divided by I divided by m, right? So now what we need, we need our x. So we know the fact that P, right? P is going to be equals to what? To the new loan amount. So P is equals to our new loan amount, right? Then we see the fact that I is going to be the same I. So it's going to be what? It's going to be the decimal 0,115, right? So now we need to find this, right? To find this, since the person missed the missed amount, is that we need to cancel 3 here, right? So to do that, it's going to be what? It's going to be, we need to find n multiplied by m, which is going to be 20, that is 20 years, that's n, multiplied by 12. Then we need to separate, we need to take out the 3 missing missed payments, which is going to be 3, right? And that is going to add up to what? This is going to add up to 237. Hope that makes sense, right? Hope that makes sense. So now with that, so this is the new one. So remember the fact that this is n, this is m, and this is going to be the missed payments. Yes, missed payments. Hope that makes sense, right? Which is going to give us what we have. Then now we have everything, so now we can substitute. So to substitute, we know the fact that P is the new loan amount, so it's going to be taking this one. So you're going to duplicate it, cut it, and I'm just going to paste it here. So it's going to be this one, paste it here, right? And this is going to be equals to what? This is going to be equals to x, which is what we're looking for. So we know the fact that we're looking for x, right? X, which is what we're looking for. Then it's going to be 1 minus, then it's going to be 1 plus 0,115 divided by what? Divided by 12. Then this is going to be to the power negative 237, right? And this is going to be close square bracket, and that whole thing is going to be divided by what? Divided by 0,115 divided by 12. Hope that makes sense, right? Then what we're going to do is we basically want to make x the subject, right? To make x the subject, so it's going to be 900,000, right? 900,000. There's going to be 1 plus 0,115 divided by 12 to the power 3. Then take this to the other side. So since it's dividing, it's going to multiply. So it's going to multiply by 0.115 divided by 12 is equals to x, then the square bracket, right? So it's going to be the square bracket. It's going to be 1 minus, then it's going to be 1 plus 0,115 divided by 12. Then this is to the power negative 237. Then do this, right? Then now the goal is to basically make x the subject. So we're going to divide, since it's multiplying, divide the square bracket this side. So this is going to be what? This is going to be, and I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to copy this, duplicate it, cut it. So it's going to be this, and that whole thing is going to be divided by what? Divided by the square bracket. So go to the square bracket. So duplicate it and cut it. Then this is going to be divided here, just like this, and this is going to be equals to, this is going to be equals to x. So now when you punch that into the calculator, right, you're going to get that your x, so therefore you're going to get that your x, your new monthly installment, is going to be 9,908.90. So that's going to be your monthly installment. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're going to do 6.3.2. It says the balance immediately after 16 years is, so they give us the balance after immediately after 16 years. So the balance is this amount. And they say determine the interest, right? He paid till the end of 16 years. So what we need to do is that we need to do the following, is that we need to calculate the interest. So this is how to calculate the interest, right? So now here's the formula, right? So the interest paid is going to be equals to the total paid in 16 years, right? Minus the initial loan amount minus the immediate balance after 16 years. So now let's calculate what? Let's calculate the total paid in 16 years. So for that you need what? So total paid in 16 years. For that you need the following. You need the installments, right? The installments multiply by what? Multiply by the number of years, which is going to be 16, then multiply by 12, right? So that's what you're going to have. So when you have the monthly installment, so we know that the installment is what? Is the answer that we got, which is going to be 9908,9 right, multiplied by 16 multiplied by 12. So when you punch that into the calculator, your total paid is going to be 1.8,772,000. So it's going to be this amount. Yes, it's going to be this amount. Then it's going to be, let me just write it properly. I just don't like it's going to be 1. Then it's going to be 872. Then it's going to be 782, 10, right? So that's that. Then now, let me just fix that installment. Then now we need the initial loan amount. So we know that the initial loan amount is equals to 900,000. Right, so that's sorted. Then we need the immediate balance, right, after 16 years. So the immediate balance. So the immediate balance after 16 years. So we know the fact that that is going to be equals to what? That's going to be equals to this amount. So let me just do this. Just want to take this. Duplicate, cut. So we know the fact that that is equals to what? We know the fact that this is basically equals to 3. It's going to be 379, right? Then it's going to be 811,29, right? So now we can just put everything inside the formula. So interest paid, so you can say interest paid. So therefore, want this. So the interest paid is equals to what? Is equals to this million. Duplicate it, cut it. Then it's going to be minus, open bracket is going to be this 900,000. And it's going to be minus this 379,811,29. Then punch that into the calculator. You find that the interest that is paid after, after 16 years, it's going to be 1,1352, right? Then it's going to be 593,39. So this is the interest paid after 16 years. Hope that makes sense on how to calculate the interest. So now we're going to do calculus, right? We're going to do question 7. So the first question says, determine f prime from the first principle. So we know that the first principle, the formula is f prime, right? So it's going to be f prime of x is equals to the limit when h approaches 0 of f, x plus h minus f of x, right? And this whole thing is divided by what? Is divided by h. So I'm going to put this inside a block, right? So what do we need to do? We need to sort out the numerator, right? And our goal is to cancel this h, right? So that's what we're going to do. So the first thing first is that we're going to find f of x plus h, which is going to be equals to, so wherever you see x, right? Wherever you see x, you're going to substitute by this. So this is going to be x plus h all squared plus 2. Then now we're going to expand that, right? So expanding it is going to be equals to x squared plus 2 xh plus h squared plus 2, right? So we see the fact that we can't do anything with that. So now we're going to find this whole numerator, right? So let's do that. So we're going to find f of x plus h minus f of x. It's going to be equals to, this one is equals to the whole thing. So it's going to be x squared plus 2xh plus h squared plus 2, then minus, open bracket, then this is f of x, which is going to be x squared, right, plus 2. So it's going to be plus 2. So now we're going to clean it up. So it's going to be equals to x squared plus 2 xh plus h squared plus 2, distribute the negative, so it's going to be negative x, then it's going to be negative 2. To know that you're doing the right thing is that this whole f of x, right, is going to cancel, meaning we're not going to see x squared and 2. So we see the fact that that's what's going to happen because of this, and this is going to give you 0, so they're going to cancel each other, and this are going to give you 0. So you're going to be left with what? With 2xh plus h squared. Then to see the fact that I said we want to get rid of this, right? So we're going to take out h as a common factor. So we know that h is going to be 2x, then it's going to be plus h, right? So we have that. Then we're going to take this whole formula. So let me cut it, duplicate it, and cut it. So we're going to do this. And let me just remove this. Then I'm going to replace this whole numerator by this, because that's the same thing. Do you see? I'm going to replace it by that. So this is going to be equals to the limit. When h approaches 0, then it's going to be h, then it's going to be 2x plus h, and this whole thing is going to be h. Then this and this are going to cancel out. So this 2, so we're going to have the limit when h approaches 0, then we're going to be left with 2x plus h. Then now we're going to distribute wherever we get. Do you see the fact that they say when h approaches 0? So now wherever we see h, we're going to substitute by 0, and we're going to drop this entire limit. So this is going to be the same as 2x plus 0. So therefore 2x, our f prime, using the first principle, is equals to 2x. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're going to do 7.2, right? It says determine f prime f of x, and they give us f of x. So we see the fact that f of x, right? So we see that f of x is equals to 5x minus 7. Then this is going to be 5x plus 7, right? We see the fact that this bracket and this bracket is the same thing. The only difference is the plus or minus, meaning this is a difference of 2 squared, right? So meaning this is a difference of 2 squared. And obviously, just one more thing is that when we're finding the first derivative, right, it's very important that we get rid of the brackets, meaning we need to expand this. So that's why I'm saying the fact that this is a difference of 2 squared, because when we expand this, we're going to be using difference of 2 squared. So we see the fact that this is a difference of 2 squared, right? Meaning we know that the formula is a minus b, then it's a plus b, right? And that is basically equals to a squared minus b squared. That is a difference of 2 squared, right? So that is going to be the difference of 2 squared. So basically we know that f of x, right, is basically equals to our a here, and let's just color coordinate it. Our a in our case, okay, our a in our case is going to be 5x, and our b is going to be negative 7, right? So this is the same as finding what? This is the same as finding a, which is going to be 5x all squared minus b, which is going to be 7 all squared. Hope that makes sense, right? So now this is the same as f of x is equals to what? Is equals to 25 x squared. Then this is going to be minus 49. Now, applying the rule of differentiation, this is going to be the two rules that we're going to apply, right? Which is this one, if it's like this, then the first derivative, this is the rule. So meaning you have a number, then a power. Then to apply the rule, you take that power, multiply it to the number that's in front of it, then x subtracted. Then if you have just a number, then the first derivative is going to be 0. So we see the fact that our equation, right, or our function is in this term. Do you see? It's in this term and this term. So now with that said, is that when we apply the rule, that's when we can find the first derivative. We can write this. Then we know the fact that's going to be 25, right? Multiplied by 2. Then it's going to be x. Then it's going to be 2 minus 1, right? Then it's going to be minus 0. Then therefore, we know that the first derivative is basically going to be equals to 50x. So that's how you would solve this question. So now we are, what you call this? Let's go back. It says determine, right? Given that p of x, right, is equal, if given that p prime is equals to this, then they tell us the fact that to determine this. This is the same as finding y prime, f prime. It's the same thing, right? But first, it's that, remember the fact that when I said is that we do not like brackets, right? We also do not like square roots, and we do not like seeing fractions. And the reason why is that if we have it in this form or this form, it's going to be hard for us to apply this rule. So first, we need to get rid of the square root and this fraction, right? And this one, we're going to leave it alone. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we're going to deal with the square bracket inside. So it's going to be what? Dealing with the square bracket inside. We know the fact that px is minus what? Minus cube root of x plus 5 over x to the power 4. This is the same as p of x, right? And this is going to be minus, this is going to be x, then it's going to be 1 minus 3, right? Then this is going to be plus 5, take this up, so it's going to be x to the power negative 4. Hope that makes sense, right? And maybe let me just write this. To change anything from a root to a power is that if I have x root of n, to change it, this is the same as x to the power 1 over n, right? Do you see the fact that our n is 3 in this case? And also, if I have what? If I have 1 divided by x to the power a, right? This is the same as x to the power negative a, right? So that's how you would change it. This is exponential rules, right? Hope that makes sense. So that is the rules that I used here. So now I know the fact that it's simplified, meaning I can apply. So I'm going to put this back into what? So I'm going to make this inside the blue, because I've simplified this, then put it back into the square bracket. So I know the fact that dx, right, it's going to be what? It's going to be p of x minus x to the power 1 over 3 plus 5, then it's x to the negative 4, close bracket. So now when we're dealing with d of x, is that the minute I apply my laws, right, the minute I apply those two rules, right, is that I can get rid of the square bracket and the dx. So this is going to be equals to, I'm applying this, because we're finding it's p of x. To find the first derivative of that is just p prime, right? So I'm applying the rule, and this one is going to be minus, then it's going to be 1 multiplied by 1 over 3, then it's going to be x, it's going to be 1 over 3 minus 1, right? Then this is going to be plus 5 multiplied by negative 4, then it's going to be x, it's going to be negative 4 minus 1, right? So now we have that. So now let's clean it up, right? So now to clean it up, we're going to have the following. So this is going to be p prime, right? Now let's clean up this one, right? Negative 1 multiplied by 1 over 3 is going to give me what? It's going to give me negative 1 over 3. Then it's going to be x negative, 1 over 3 minus 1 is going to give me negative 2 over 3, right? And when you say 5 multiplied by negative 4 is going to give you negative 20 and x, and this is going to give me negative 5, right? But remember the fact that they told us that p of x is equals to this. So I'm going to replace it by that, right? Then I'm going to say, but we know that p prime of x is equals to what? Is equals to 2x cubed, right? So we know that, right? So therefore, this is basically equals to what? To 2x cubed minus 1 over 3 x negative 2 over 3 minus 20 x to the negative 5. Let me put this inside the blue square bracket. Yes, let me just leave it in red, but that, right? So that's how you're gonna solve this question. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're gonna do question 8, right? Question 8, it says, given that f of x is equals to this, and they say determine the x and y intercept. So we're gonna start with determining the y-intercept. So we're gonna say y-intercept. We're gonna start there, and we're gonna say let x equals to 0. So that's where we're going to start. So we know the fact that I'm going to change f of x into y. So this is going to be y is equals to, wherever I see x, I'm going to put 0. So it's going to be minus, then it's going to be 0 all cubed plus 5. It's going to be 0 all squared plus 8. Then it's going to be 0. Then it's going to be minus 12. So we see that y is equals to negative 12, right? So therefore, our y coordinate, our y-intercept is going to be what? It's going to be 0 is to negative 12. And another way that you could have done it is that from here, this t value, right, is our y-intercept. So this is our y-intercept. So you can do it the long way, or you could just look at it and see what is the y-intercept. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're going to determine the x-intercept. So we know the fact that with the x-intercept, right, we need to let y equals to 0. Right, so we know the fact that it's going to be what? It's going to be 0 is equals to, then it's going to be negative x cubed. So it's going to be negative x cubed, right? Plus 5x squared. Then it's going to be plus 8x. And it's going to be minus 12. That's what we have, right? That's our f of x, letting y equals to 0. And y and f of x is the same thing. Hope that makes sense, right? Then now we need to factorize this, right? But since we're dealing with cubic, right, is that we need to do it a little bit different. But before we do that, we need to get rid of this negative. So pulling out the negative, so it's going to be negative. Anything that was negative becomes positive, and anything that was positive becomes negative. So meaning x cubed is going to be positive. There's going to be minus 5x squared minus 8x. That's going to be plus 12, right? So divide both sides by negative 1. So it's going to be 0 divided by negative 1 is going to be 0. So this is going to be 0. And the negatives are going to cancel out here. So you're going to have x cubed minus 5x squared minus 8x plus 12, right? Then now, the easiest way to basically do this is by using synthetic. So meaning we need to find the factors of 12 first, right? So first, let me just draw the diagram. So we need to draw the diagram. This is the diagram. Let's fill in the diagram so that you know what each thing goes to here. So you're going to have this diagram. It's going to look like this. Then on top here, it's going to be what? It's going to be the coefficient of A, B, C, and D, right? Where do we get that? It's from y is equals to A, x cubed, right? Plus B, x squared, plus C, x plus D. So looking at this, we see the fact that our A is going to be 1. So 1 is going to come here. Our B is going to be negative 5. So negative 5 comes here. Then our C is going to be negative 8. So it's going to be negative 8. And lastly, our D is going to be 12. Right? Then that's that, right? So that's what we have, right? Then now we need a number here, right? A factor, one of the factors. When I say one of the factors, I mean one of the x-intercept, right? We need it here, right? So that we can basically solve the rest of the other one. So we need one x-intercept or one of the factors, right? So that we can solve the remaining two. Hope I'm making sense, right? So how do we do that, right? Finding, so I'm just going to say this, finding one of the x-intercept, right? So finding one of the x-intercept is that we're going to need D. So we're going to find the factors. We need to find the factors of D. So find the factors of D, right? So we know that D is equals to what? Is equals to 12 in our case, right? So we need to find the factors of 12. Hope I'm making sense, right? To find the factors of 12, we know the fact that to get positive 12, this is what we're going to have, right? It's going to be plus or minus. So it's going to be plus or minus. So it's going to be 1 multiplied by what? 1 multiplied by 12. It's going to give you what? It's going to give you, or what you call this, 1 multiplied by 12 is going to give you positive 12, right? Hope that makes sense. Then the other one is going to be, and all of them is just plus or minus, so plus or minus, right? Then other factors is that when you say 2 divided by what? When you say 2, right, multiplied by what? 2 multiplied by 6 gives you 12. So this is going to be plus or minus, right? Then lastly is that when you say 3 multiplied by 4 plus or minus. So these are the factors, right? So these are the factors. So using the factors is that when we substitute the factors, right, we need one of them. When we substitute either plus or minus -1, right, into what? Into the original, right? We need to get 0. If we get 0, then that is part of the factors. So we're going to substitute. So we're going to start when x, so now substituting. So we're going to start when x is equals to what? When x is equals to -1, right? So now when we substitute it into this, into the original, right, we need to get 0. Hope that makes sense, right? So when we substitute, we need to get 0. Then that tells us that it's one of the factors. So wherever we see x, we're going to put -1. So it's going to be -1 cubed, right, minus 5. Then it's going to be -1 all squared, right? It's going to be -8. Then it's going to be -1. Then it's going to be plus 12, right? When you punch that into your calculator, you're going to get the following. So when you say, let me just punch this into the calculator. So when you say -1, right, -1. So when you say -1 cubed, it's going to give you -1, right? And this one is going to give you -5. This is going to be +1. So this is going to be -5, right? Then this is going to be +8. Then it's going to be plus 12, right? So when you say -1, so when you punch that into a calculator, if you say -1, right, -5, so -5 plus 8, right, and plus 12, you're going to get what? You're going to get 14. So this is going to give me +14. +14 is not equals to 0. So that's not one of the factors. So we're done with -1. So when you say x equals to +1 and you do that, so this is going to give me what? This is going to be 1 cubed minus 5. This is going to be 1 all squared minus 8. Then this is going to be what? This is going to be 1 and this is going to be 12. So this is going to be the same as 1, right, minus 5. And it's going to be -8, and this is going to be plus 12. When you punch that into the calculator, you're going to get this is 0, meaning x is equals to 1 is one of our factors. So you can rewrite it like this as being x minus 1, right, is equals to 0, meaning showing us that's one of the factors. But now we're going to use this 1 basically and put it here, right? We're going to put it here, and with that is that we're going to find the remaining 2 factors. Hope that makes sense, right? So how do we do that? Is that the first thing first is that we're going to drop this 1 and come here, right? Then what we're going to do is that we're going to take this and multiply by this to find this number. Hope that makes sense, right? So that's what we're going to do. So everything is everywhere now. Okay, cool. So let me just, okay, cool. I'll just do it this side, right? So we know the fact that it's going to be 1 multiplied by 1, which is going to give me 1, right? So here it's going to be 1. Then you're going to add. So when you say -5, right, plus 1, it's going to give you what? It's going to give you a 4. So this is going to give you -4. So now you're going to say 1 multiplied by -4 to get this number. So it's going to be this number multiplied by this number to get this one, right? So that is going to give me what? That's going to give me -4. right? That's going to give me negative 4. So negative 4 is going to be here. Then you're going to what? You're going to add, right? So when you say negative 8 minus what? Minus 4 is going to give you what? It's going to give you negative 12, right? So when you say negative 12, right, multiply by 1, it's going to give you what? It's going to give you negative 12, right? So here it's going to be negative 12. So when you add this 2, you're going to get 0. And how do you know that you're doing the right thing? Is if you get a 0, then you know that one of your factors is correct. So now this thing can be represented. You see this thing now can be represented as 0 is equals to, remember the fact that our first factor, our first bracket, so it's going to be x minus 1, right? Then this is the coefficient of A, right? Then this is B, then this is C, right? So this is going to be x squared, right? So this is going to be the coefficient of x squared, then bx, then just C. So it's going to be x squared minus 4x, then this is going to be minus 12. Hope that makes sense, right? So now with that said, is that we can factorize what? We can factorize this, right? Because this is what? This is actually a quadratic. That's easy. So 0 is going to be equals to, then it's going to be x minus 1. And here when you factorize it, it's the same as having x minus 6, right? And the other one is going to be x plus 2. Hope that makes sense, right? So now equate each bracket by 0. So this is going to be the same as x minus 1 is equals to 0. Or it's going to be x minus 6 is equals to 0. Or it's going to be x plus 2 is equals to 0. Right? So therefore, x is going to be equals to negative 1. Then here's going to, so positive 1. Right? It's going to be x is equals to what? Is equals to 6. And therefore, x is going to be equals to negative 2. And that's how you find the x-intercept. So the coordinate, let's just put the coordinate is going to be 1 is to 0. Then here is going to be 6 is to 0. Then lastly, it's going to be negative 2 is 0. So that's how you would find your x-intercept. So now we're going to do 8.1.2. It says determine the coordinates of the turning point. So to find the turning point is that you need to find the first derivative of x is equals to 0. And this, you're going to be finding the x coordinates, right, of the turning point. Then you're going to substitute back to, f of x to find the y. So now we know that f of x, right? So we know the fact that our f of x is equals to what? To negative x cubed, right? Plus 5x squared plus 8x. That's going to be minus 12, right? So we need to find the first derivative. So it's going to be the first derivative. Then we're going to apply the rule. So it's going to be negative 1 multiplied by 3, then it's going to be x, then it's going to be 3 minus 1, plus 5 multiplied by 2, then it's going to be x, it's going to be 2 minus 1, then it's going to be plus 8, then multiplied by 1, right? Then it's going to be x, 1 minus 1, then the 12 is going to be minus 0. So let's clean this up. It's going to be that the first derivative is equals to what? Is equals to negative 3x squared, right? And then it's going to be plus 10x, right? Then it's going to be plus 8, right? Then we know the fact that we need to equate it by 0. So this is going to be 0 is equals to negative 3x squared plus 10x plus 8, right? So now what we're going to do is that we're going to take out the negative sign so that everything can be positive. So it's going to be 0 is equals to negative. Then it's going to be 3x squared. Then everything that was negative becomes positive, and everything that was positive becomes negative. So this is going to be 3x minus 10x. Then it's going to be minus 8x. Then divide both sides by a negative. So this is going to be 0 divided by a negative is still 0. So it's going to be equals to 3x squared minus 10x minus 8, right? Then we're going to factorize this. So it's going to be 0 is equals to, then this is going to be 3x plus 2. Then it's going to be what? It's going to be x minus 4, right? Then equate each bracket by 0. So it's going to be 3x plus 2 is equals to 0. Or it's going to be x minus 4 is equals to 0. So take the 2 to the other side. So it's going to be 3x is equals to negative 2. Then x is going to be equals to negative 2 divided by 3. Then this says that x is going to be equals to positive 4. Right? So that's going to be your x value. But remember the fact that we find in the coordinate of the turning point. So we need to get the x and y. So this is the x. Then now we're going to substitute, right, x, right, into f of x, not f prime, but f of x. So we're going to first look for what? For so 4x equals to negative 2 divided by 3, right? So for that is that y is going to be equals to, then it's going to be what? We're going to have negative, so it's going to be negative 2 over 3 all cubed, right? And this is going to be plus 5. Then it's going to be negative 2 over 3 all squared. Then it's going to be plus 8. Then it's going to be negative 2 over 3, right? Then it's going to be minus 12. Therefore, y is going to be equals to, punch that into the calculator. You're going to get negative 400 divided by what? Divided by 27. So our coordinate here is going to be what? It's going to be negative 2 over 3 is to negative 400 divided by 27, right? So we have that one. Then now for x equals to 4, right? So for x equals to 4, we know that y is going to be equals to, then it's going to be 4 all cubed, so minus 4 all cubed, right? Plus 5, then it's going to be 4 all squared, then it's going to be plus 8, then it's going to be 4 minus 12. So y is going to be equals to what? To 36. So our coordinate here is going to be what? It's going to be 4 is to 36, right? So this is going to be the turning point, the coordinate of the turning point. Hope that makes sense. So now it says 8.1.3, sketch the graph of f. Then we need to show all the turning points, and also we need to show what? We need to as well show the intercept on the x's, right? So now looking at our graph, we see the fact that our turning point, right? So we see the fact that this is the x-intercept. So we see the fact that our x-intercept, so let's write everything that we need. So first, when sketching, right? So when sketching, we need the following. One, we need the shape, right? So we need the shape of the graph, right? So to find the shape is that we need A. So A needs to be equals to what? We see the fact that if A, let me just write the rules first. We see that when A is greater than 0, then our graph needs to look like this, right? Where it's increasing, then it goes to decreasing, then increasing again, right? But when A is less than 0, then it's going to be decreasing, then increasing, then decreasing. Right? So now let's check ours, right? So we see the fact that in our case, A is equals to what? A is equals to, let's find f of x. So we see that A is equals to negative 1. Do you see it's negative 1 here? It's negative, meaning it's negative 1. So it's going to be negative 1, which this is less than 0 because it's negative, meaning our graph needs to look like this. Hope that makes sense, right? 2, we need the intercepts. Right, so we know the fact that the y-intercept, we have it as this one. Remember the fact that we found it? We have it as this one. So cut, duplicate, and cut. So we have that this is our y-intercept. Then we have that we have our x-intercept. So we know the fact that we solved it, and this was it. So this is our x-intercept. Duplicate it, cut it. So this is going to be our x-intercept. Then I'm just going to bring close each one of them. So it's this one, and it's this one. Yes. So this is going to be our x-intercept. Then we need number 3, we need our turning point. So our turning point, our stationary point. So turning point. So we see the fact that our turning point is this 2. So I'm just going to take this, duplicate it, and cut. So it's going to be this one. And just move. Then this one, move it here. Right? Then now what I want to do is that I want to write this 2 in decimal forms, right? So I want to write this 2 in decimal forms so that we can know roughly where it lies on the graph. Hope that makes sense, right? So we're going to write it in decimal forms. So in your calculator, you're just going to say what? You're going to say negative, then it's 2 over 3 because I want to see how it looks. So we know the fact that negative 3 over 2 and negative 3 over 2 is the same as what? Is the same as, this one is the same as negative 0,6, right? And this one in decimal form is the same as negative. So it's the same as negative 14,81. So that's how it is. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we have everything, we can sketch it, right? So before even sketching is that looking at our coordinates, I want to see what is my highest value on the negative and positive. So I see the fact that I have more negative values, do you see? Meaning the graph exists more on the negative side. Then my highest value on the x-axis is 6, right? Then we have the highest is 36 at the positive side, and the highest in the negative is negative 14. So it's basically equally on the top and bottom, it's more or less the same, right? So let me just do this. So let's draw the Cartesian plane. So I'm just gonna do this, then I'm gonna take my ruler. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So 6, 7. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I think that is enough. So hide this. So this is gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So then here it's going to be negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, then negative 4, then negative 5, then negative 6. Right, so continues. Then the y, I'm just going to do it like this. So now the y, we're going to just eyeball it, right? Because like if we said 36 is going to be too big, right? Sketching doesn't mean the fact that your ratios need to be like perfect. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we're gonna put in our our x-intercept, right? So our x-intercept, we see the fact that we need a positive one, so it's gonna be here, right? It needs to cut there. It needs to cut at a 6, so it's here. Then the other one, it needs to cut a negative 2, so it's here. Then the y-intercept, we see the fact that it's negative 12. So negative 12 needs to be somewhere here. So I'm going to make negative 12 somewhere here, right? Then now we need to do our turning points, right? So our turning points, the other one is 0.6. So 0.6, it's somewhere here. Negative 0.6, it's somewhere here. So it's going to be somewhere here. So I'm going to draw a dotted line going that side. Somewhere here. Then negative 12, negative 8.12, which is negative, this is going to be negative 12, so it's going to be somewhere here. It's going to be somewhere there, right? So that's going to be our first turning point. Then the other one is going to be at 4. So we know the fact that at 4, it needs to be somewhere at 4, somewhere here, right? Then 36, positive 36 is going to be the highest, which is somewhere here. So let's go back to solid. So we know the fact that this is our turning point, and also this is our turning point, right? So both at that point, it needs to curve, right? So since our shape, remember the fact that since our shape is like this, right? Meaning this needs to be the minimum, meaning here, our graph needs to be like this, right? Because looking at the shape, and here it needs to be like this, right? So now drawing it, sketching it, we know the fact that here we need to connect it, then it needs to cut here, then it needs to cut there, then it needs to connect there, then it needs to cut here, then it goes out like this, then like this. Then write the coordinates here, right? So we know that here is what is -2 divided by 3 is to -400 divided by 27. Then here it's going to be what? It's going to be 4 is to 36. And that's how you would answer this question. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're going to do 8.2, right? It says, given that f of x is equals to this one, then g of x, they give us is this one. But very important, they tell me that g of x is equals to the second derivative of f of x, right? So then they tell us the fact that calculate the values of k and p. So now to do this relationship, what we need to do is that we need to find the second derivative of this, then equate it to g of x, and we know that g of x is already this, right? So first step is that we need to find what we need to find. So since we know the fact that, so we know the following, we know that g of x, we are given, right? So we are given the following, that g of x is equals to the second derivative of x. But we know that g of x is equals to what? We know that g of x is equals to -6, right? X plus 10, so it's equals to the second derivative of the second, what you call this, is to the second derivative of f of x, right? So what we need to do is that to match it up, we need to find the second derivative, right? So we need to find the second derivative. So we know that the first derivative, so we know that f of x first is equals to what? They gave us as being k. So it's equals to k. So it's going to be kx cubed, right? Plus px squared plus 4x minus 3, right? So find the first derivative first. So applying the rules, going to be k multiplied by 3, x, then it's going to be 3 minus 1, plus p multiplied by 2, x, 2 minus 1, then it's going to be plus 4 multiplied by 1, then x, 1 minus 1, then it's going to be 0, right? So we know that the first derivative, let's clean it up, is going to be what? It's going to be 3k, right? X squared, right? Then it's going to be plus 2p x, right? And it's going to be plus 4. Then now applying the second derivative. So we're going to apply the second derivative here, right? So this is going to be what? 3 multiplied by, so wait, it's going to be 3k multiplied by 2, right? X, then it's going to be 2 minus 1. Then it's going to be plus 2p multiplied by 1. Then it's going to be x, 1 minus 1. And this is going to be plus 0. So we know that the second derivative, let's clean this up, is equals to what? Is equals to 6kx, right? Then this is going to be plus 2p. But we know the fact that -6x, right, plus 10 is equals to the second derivative of x. So knowing that, we know the fact that now, let me put this inside a block. But we know that, right? So meaning I can equate this by this. So change this basically by this. So this is going to be the same as -6x plus 10 is equals to 6kx plus 2p. Then we see something, right? We see the fact that this, and maybe let's do it in a different color. This and this is the same thing, right? And we also see the fact that this and this is the same thing. So we're going to equate this, but we're only going to equate the constant. So we're going to equate the constant together. So therefore, we see the fact that -6 right? Negative 6 is equals to 6k, right? So from here, we see the fact that we can solve for what? We can solve for k. So divide both sides by k, so it's by 6. So it's going to be 6 divided by 6 is equals to k. So therefore, k is equals to negative 1. Hope that makes sense, right? So this side, we see the fact that 10 is equals to what? Is equals to 2p, right? So solve for p. So it's going to be 10 divided by 2 is equals to p. So therefore, we see that p is equals to 5. So that's how you would solve for k. And so now we're going to do 8.2.2. It says, for which values of x will f of x be concave up? So to find concavity, we need the shape, right? So we see the fact that we need the shape, but what are we given? We given the following. We given just, okay, cool. So we given what? We given this whole thing, right? So we see the fact that the shape is determined by k in our case, right? Because it's always the shape is determined by a, but in our case, our a is k. Hope I'm making sense, right? So we need the shape. So first one is that we need the shape. So one, we need the shape, we need the shape, need the shape. And you're going to see why we need the shape, right? Because the shape gives us the following. So let's go up. Let's go to when we were sketching. Because we know that the shape is going to give us these two rules, right? So duplicate, cut, right? Okay, so it's that, right? So the reason why we need the shape is that from here till here, this gives us, since it's looking up, okay, let's start with this one, right? If it's positive, meaning it goes up, down, up, right? Is that from here till here, this will be concave down because it's looking downwards. Then from here to here, it will be what? It will be concave up. And depending on the shape, do you see the fact that here, if it's negative, it's going to be concave up first, then it's going to be down. So that's why we need the shape. Hope I'm making sense, right? So first we need to determine what is our A, right? So we see the fact that A, in our case, if we look at the formula, A is the coefficient of what? A is the coefficient of x cubed. So we see in our case the fact that A is equals to K. So we see the fact that our A is equals to k, and we have solved that our k is equals to negative 1. So it's going to be negative 1, right? Meaning our shape is going to be what? Is going to be the second one. So this is for when is less than 0, meaning the shape is going to be like this, right? So it's going to be like this. Hope that makes sense, right? So since we're going to use the whole thing, so I'm going to just draw a bigger one. So this is going to be our shape, right? Then we need to see where it's divided, right? So we know the fact that our answer needs to be in terms of the x-axis, right? So we know the fact that this is going to be what? This is going to be negative infinity, then it's going to be positive infinity. So there's going to be a point where it divides our graph, right? So we need this point where it's going to give us concave up, then concave down. Hope that makes sense, right? And this point here is the point of inflation. And how do we find it? Is the second derivative is equals to 0. Hope that makes sense, right? And here we're finding the x coordinate. We just want the x, right? So the nice thing is that they already told us that the second derivative is this one, right? It's this one. So we know that the second derivative, so we already know that the second derivative, let me just take this, duplicate, cut. So we know that the second derivative we were given by that. So we know that the second derivative is equals to this. But remember the fact that we need to equate it to 0. So it's going to be negative 6x plus 10. Then the second derivative, remember the second derivative is equals to 0. So this is equals to 0. Then we're going to solve for x. So take the 10 to the other side. So it's going to be negative 6x is equals to negative 10. Therefore, x is equals to negative 10 divided by negative 6, right? So therefore, x is equals to 5 divided by 3, right? Then we know that this point, right, the x value is what? It's 5 divided by 3, right? So we know the fact that this portion, and I'm going to highlight it, this portion is concave up and the other portion is concave down. As you can see, it's up, the blue part is up, so this is concave up. So from, so from negative infinity, so when x is an element from negative infinity till 5/3, this is concave up, right? Then from x is an element from 5/3 till positive infinity, this is concave down. Then let's go back to the question. The question is looking for concave up. So therefore, concave what? Concave up. Then I'm just going to copy and paste this. It's equals to this one. Duplicate it, then cut it. So it's going to be this one. So now we're going to do question 9, right? It says the sum of two numbers is 25. So if we have two numbers, the sum of them is 25. Then they say determine the two numbers. So we need to determine these two numbers, whatever it is, such that the square of number 1, right, plus 3 times the square of the other number is minimum, right? So now let's basically take this information, the words, and make it into equations, right? So first we need to determine what is the numbers, right? We need two numbers. So I'm going to say let the two numbers, right, be x and y. So we know the fact that the two numbers is x and y. Then the first statement, which is I'm going to highlight in the color, right? They tell us the fact that the sum of two numbers is what? Is 25, right? So let me just do this, increase it. So the sum of two numbers is 25. So we know the fact that x, if we add two numbers, so it's going to be x plus y needs to be equals to 25. And I'm just going to highlight it in yellow, right? Then the second statement, it says determine the two numbers, meaning we need to determine what is x and y, right? Such that, very important, such that the square of the first number, so it could be x or y, plus, right, 3 times of the square of the other number is minimum. So we're going to call it equation. So I'm going to call it equation, right? So the other one, I'm just going to call it, what we're going to call it? We're going to call it E, equation E, right? So we're going to call it E. So we're going to call it E, right? Or we can call it, yes, we can call it equation, right, which is E. And we see the fact that that equation is what? The square of the first number, so it's going to be x squared plus, so plus 3 times, so it's going to be 3 times, meaning we're multiplying by y of the second number. So that is the blue one. Hope that makes sense, right? Then that's what we have. Hope that makes sense. So that's what we have. Then now they want us to calculate what? They need to calculate the minimum. So what we want to calculate, right, is we need to calculate x and y when e prime, right, e prime is equals to 0. Hope that makes sense, right? So we need to calculate the values of x and y when the minimum is the e prime part, is the e prime, right? So let's highlight it so that you can see why I said what I said. The minimum represents the e prime. So we need to calculate our x and y such that e prime, because of when it's minimum. Hope I'm making sense, right? So first is that we need to find what? We need to make sure the fact that e is in one term. We don't need it in two variables. We need it in one variable. So how can we do that? Is that we're going to name this equation 1. And we're going to name this equation 2. So we're going to take equation 1 and make y the subject, or you can make x the subject. It really doesn't matter, right? Then substitute it here so that this one can be in one variable. It can't be in x and y. We need it in either in x or either in y, right? So that's what we're going to do. So taking y, right, and making, I'm going to make y the subject, So we know the fact that equation y is what? It's x plus y is equals to what? It's x plus y is equals to 25. So therefore y is equals to 25 minus x, and we're going to name it equation 3. So now we're going to substitute equation 3 into equation 2, right? So we're going to substitute it here so that this, wherever we see y, we're going to put x. So everything is wherever we see y, we're going to put this. So meaning everything is going to be in terms of x. So it's going to be in equation 2. So it's going to be e is equals to what? Is equals to, you know, the fact that it's x cubed plus 3y squared, right? So it's going to be e is equals to what? Is equals to x cubed, right? No, x squared, sorry. X squared, I kept on saying x cubed. Yes, x squared, right? And this is going to be plus, wherever I see y, I'm going to substitute by 25 minus x all squared. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we're going to clean it up. So it's going to be e. And you can say, since everything is in terms of x, you can just say ex, e of x, right? Because everything is, the input is in terms of e. Hope I'm making sense. So this is going to be x squared plus 3. Then let's expand this. This is going to give me 625 minus what? Minus 50 x, and this is going to be plus x squared, closed, right? Then now we see the fact that x is equals to what? Is equals to x squared. Distribute the 3, so it's going to be plus 1875, right? That's going to be minus 150x. Then it's going to be plus 3x. Let's group like terms, right? So when you group like terms, is that ex is equals to what? Is equals to 4x squared, right? Minus 150x. Then this is going to be plus 1875, right? So that's that. Then now remember the fact that we're trying to find this, right? So we're going to find that. So finding x, right, by doing the first derivative of x is equals to 0, right? Finding the minimum, but finding x by that, right? So we know the fact that the first derivative is going to be 4 multiplied by 2, then it's going to be x, right? So it's going to be x, then it's going to be 2 minus 1, minus 150 multiplied by 1, x, 1 minus 1, and that one's going to be plus 0, right? So now we know the fact that this is going to be, the first derivative of x is going to be equals to what? It's equals to, let me just clean this up. So it's going to be equals to 8x. Then this is going to be minus 150, right? Then go up. Then we know the fact that this is equals to 0. So this is going to be 0 is equals to 8x minus 150. Take the 150 to the other side. So it's going to be positive 150. So positive 150 is equals to 8x. Then it's going to be 150 divided by 8 is equals to x, right? Therefore, our x is equals to what? Is equals to 75 divided by what? Divided by 4. But remember the fact that we need to solve. The question says what? We need to find x and y. So now how are we going to find x, right? Y, sorry. Y, we're going to substitute this x into the original. What's the original? The original is here to solve for y. Hope I'm making sense, right? So we can substitute it here to find y, or the most simplest one, we can substitute it into here. So I'm going to substitute it here, right? So I'm going to substitute substitute x, which is 75 divided by 4, right, into equation 3, because it's in terms of y already. So it's in equation 3. So we know that y is equals to what? It's equals to 25 minus x. So therefore, this is going to be y is equals to 25 minus, then it's going to be 75 divided by 4. Punch that into the calculator, you're going to find that y is going to be 25 divided by 4. So now we're going to do probability. Before even answering the question, let's understand the information, and we're going to draw Venn diagrams, right? So the question says two mutually exclusive event A and B. So we see the fact that they said it's mutually exclusive, right? So we know the fact that this is mutually exclusive, meaning A and B, there's no intersection, right? So if I had to draw two circles, right, it's best to always draw Venn diagrams with this type of question, right? So let me just make it small. If I have two circles, and this is A and this is B, if this was not mutually exclusive, it was going to be like this. But since it is mutually exclusive, it's going to be like this, right? So we see the fact that this is going to be what? It's in terms of probability. So this is going to be probability A, and this is going to be probability B, right? And this is inside a box. So this is going to be inside a box like this, right? So maybe let's just move it. Yes, let's move it like this, right? So we know the fact that the sample, since it's in terms of probability, right? The total probability needs to add up to 1. So the whole total needs to add up to 1. Hope that makes sense, right? So now they tell me that the probability of A is 0.5. So we see the fact that this one inside is going to be 0.5, right? Then they tell me that the probability of not B, so I'm going to highlight it. So not A is going to be the one. Maybe let's just do this. Before we just go far, let's just do this so that there is color. So let me just move this. Delete it. I'll put it back. I just want to remove the shaded part because I want to go somewhere with this. Yes. Then let me put a box. Then let me just remove. Yes, right? So the probability of A, right, is going to be what? It's going to be, I'll just shade it in yellow. So this is going to be inside here, right? So that is the probability of what? That is the probability of A, which is 0.5. Then when they say the probability of not B, meaning it's everything outside, right? Including this one. So it's everything but not this one. So let me just shade it in. So it's going to be everything. So let's say it's blue. So it's everything besides probability of B. So everything including A. So I'm just going to say A. So I'm just going to leave a little bit of yellow so that you know that A is that, right? So that is going to be what? That is going to be everything that is outside, including that one. So that's going to be 0.7. Hope that makes sense. So meaning another thing is that inside the 0.7, this 0.5 is included. Hope that makes sense, right? So now 10.1.1, it says we need to calculate the probability of B, right? So the nice thing is that they already gave me the probability of not B. So we can use that, right? Is that to find the probability of B, it's basically equals to 1 minus the probability of not B, right? So we know that this is going to be equals to 1 minus what? 0.7. So this is going to be basically equals to 0.3. So the probability of B is going to be what? 0.3. So now we're going to do 10.1.2. We're going to find the probability of not A and B. Remember here, we used this one, right? That not B to basically calculate the probability of B. So now we're going to use the probability of A and B to calculate not B. So this is the same as what? As the probability of not A or B is the same as what? Is the same as 1 minus the probability of A or B. But what do we know? We know that the probability of A or B is what? Is equals to what? Is the equals to the probability of A or B, right? Which was equals to the probability of A plus the probability of B, right? And the reason why it's not going to be plus the intersection is because of there isn't an intersection, right? So we know the fact that the probability of A or B is basically equals to the probability of A plus the probability of B. But we know that the probability of A is equals to 0.5. So this is going to be 0.5 plus 0.3, which is the probability of B, which is going to be 0.8, right? So we have that, right? So now maybe let's just move this a little bit here. So now we know that the probability of not A and B is basically equals to 1 minus 0.8. So therefore this is going to be 0.2. So that's how you find the probability of not A or B. Hope that makes sense. And just to add something, right, is that, and with both of them, is that if you give a not of something, you can find the probability of that thing, right? And if you want the not, you can calculate this one and basically reverse it. You can, like, if there's the not, you can use 1 minus to find either this one or this one. Hope that makes sense, right? I hope I didn't confuse you guys. As you see the fact that from both of them, we use them in reversed. Hope I'm making sense, Anna. So now we're going to do 10.2. It says a survey was conducted on digital devices that learners own. A certain number of learners were surveyed and the results were recorded. The survey revealed that they were learners owning cell phones, which is C, tablets, which is T, then laptops, which is represented by L. Then they say that below is the result as probabilities on the Venn diagram. So we have the results in terms of probability. Then 10.2.1, it says determine the value of X and Y, right? If the probability of owning at least, what does it mean when they say at least, right? At least one of the 3 devices, right? At least means this. So this at least means the following, right? The probability of at least one of the 3, which equals one of the 3 devices. So if you are given that the probability of at least one of the 3 devices means the following. It means the fact that a student could own a cell phone, or it could own a cell phone and a tablet, or they could, so at least means the fact that it's either the student can own one of them, or can own 2 of them, or could own 3 of them. So technically it's going to be the summation of all 3 of them. So at least means the following, right? At least one of the device means the fact that we're looking for the probability of what? Of the union of all 3 of them. So it's going to be C or T or what? Or L, right? Or L. So that's what at least means. Means or means the fact that in diagram form, and maybe let me just highlight it, this at least, so this at least 3 in here in the diagram is going to be the shaded part. The part that I'm shading represents at least, so that you can see it visually. So we're going to add everything that I'm shading. So that's what at least means. Hope I didn't confuse you guys, right? So now with that, knowing that is that to find x, we know the fact that that is equals to what? This is equals to. So we know the fact that this is basically equals to what? This is equals to 9. So this is equals to 9 over what? This is equals to 9 over 10. Right? So now to find x is that we're going to add this one, 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 and it's going to equate to that one. Hope I'm making sense, right? So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to say what? 13 over. So it's going to be 13. So it's going to be 13 over 10, right? So it's going to be 13 over 10. Then the next value is going to be 1 over 5. So it's going to be 13 over 10. Then it's going to be plus 1 over 15, right? Then it's going to be plus 1 over 75. Then it's going to be 2 over 15. So it's going to be 2 over 15. Then x is going to be the one that's in between. So it's going to be x. Then it's going to be plus 1 over 30, plus 1 over 50, right? So it's going to be this one, this one, this one. Then it's going to be plus 1 over 50. And we know the fact that this is going to be equals to 9 over 10. So now take everything to one side and leave x alone. So it's going to be x is equals to 9 over 10. This is going to be minus what? Minus, and I'm just going to put everything into a bracket, meaning taking this whole thing as being a bracket, right? So it's going to be 13. So I'm just going to copy and paste it basically. It's going to make it easy. Then I'm going to just remove the x. So just do this, paste it here, right? Then I'm going to just remove this x. Then I'm just going to bring it closer like this. Then now when you punch that into your calculator, you're going to find that your x is going to be equals to 1 over 5. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now calculating y, right? So calculating y is going to be everything that's inside plus y is equals to 1. Because the sum of all probability is equals to 1. Hope that makes sense, right? So the total probability is going to be equals to 1. So now calculating y. Calculating. We know the fact that it's going to be everything. So it's going to be everything. So we know the fact that everything is this. And they gave me the total, which is this. So it's going to be basically this at least minus 1, right? It's going to give me what? It's going to give me y. So this is going to be what? It's going to be basically y. So it's going to be the total. So it's going to be 1 is equals to y plus the probability of at least. Because that is the total. That is the shaded part, right? So duplicate it, cut it. So it's going to be this. So now this is going to be 1 is equals to y plus we have this as being 9 over 10. Take it to the other side. It's going to be 1 minus 9 over 10 is equals to y. So therefore y is equals to what? To 1 over 10, right? So that is how you would find your y. Hope that made sense, right? So now we're going to do 10.2.2. It says calculate the probability that the learner owns a cell phone and a tablet. So we see the fact that cell phone is here and a tablet is here, and owning both is this one, right? So I'm going to just shade it in. I'm going to make it in red. So owning a cell phone, which is going to be this one, and a tablet is going to be this one. It's going to be the one in red, right? So the probability of cell phone and tablet. So it's going to be the probability of cell phone, right, and tablet. It's going to be equals to 1 over 15 plus x. But we already know that x is equals to what? To 1 over 5, right? So we know the fact that that is going to be what? That is going to be equals to 1 over 15 plus 1 over 5, which now the probability is going to be equals to what? 4 over 15. So now we're going to do 10.2.3. If the total number of participants in the survey is 150, so they give us n, then they say calculate the number of learners who own laptops only, right? So first we need to know how to calculate n if you're given the probability. So here's the formula. So the number, so in our case, is the number of what? The number of people, right, or learners is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to the probability. So it's going to be the number of learners. Let me just change this to learners. Right, it's going to be equals to the probability of that thing. So it's going to be the probability, then multiplied by the total sample. So let me put this inside a block. Delete this, put this inside a block. So we have that, right? So now to find this is that we need to find our probability. So the probability of laptop only. So laptops only. I just need my Venn diagram. So I'm going to just take this. All right. So I'm just going to copy it, duplicate it, cut it. So I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to erase this, right? Laptops only means this part. So we're looking for this without the intersection. So it's going to be this, then this whole thing. That represents, this part represents laptops only, right? So it's going to be laptops only. It looks weird, but that's that, right? So do you know what? Let me just do it with the highlighter. Let me make it small. We know the fact that it's going to be this without the intersection. It's the only. Then yes, that is laptop only. So we see the fact that our probability for that is equals to what? Is equals to 1 over 5. So it's going to be 1 over 50. Hope that makes sense, right? So now using this is that the number of learners, we know that the probability is equals to that. So now, and we know the fact that the total sample is equals to what? Is equals to 150. Then this one is going to be 1 over 50, right? So now to find the number of learners, it's going to be equals to 150, 1 over 50, sorry, multiplied by 150. Then you're basically going to punch that into your calculator. So when you punch that into your calculator, you're going to get the fact that the number of learners that own just laptops is going to be equals to 3, right? So 3 learners own laptops only. Hope that makes sense, right? So question 11 says code of 3 symbols. So we see the fact that our code is of 3 symbols. So meaning is 3 blocks, right? It's formed by using 26 letters, right, of the alphabet. So we know the fact that it's 26 letters and 10 digits. So we know the fact that it's 10 digits and the digits from 0 to 9. Then they tell us the fact that we are allowed to repeat. So repetition is allowed, right? So the first question says, how many codes, right, letters and digits can be formed by using at least one letter? At least means what, right? Remember the fact that here, or is it the question about the at least, right? Here, this one, right? At least means the fact that it's either the student can have 1, can have 2 of that, or can have 3. right? So where the ending point is, it's at least, that's the ending point. So with this one, if they're saying the fact that at least one letter, it means the fact that the code has three possibilities, right? So we know the fact that our code has three blocks, so it's going to be like this, right? So we know the fact that this is going to be 1 and 2, right? So this is our code, right? We know the fact that, so at least means the fact that we can have case 1. So we can have case 1. We can have a code with one letter. So it's one letter. It's going to be one letter. One letter in the code, right? Then the rest can be numbers. Hope that makes sense, right? So meaning here it's going to be alphabet. So that's going to be letter. So it's going to be a letter here. So it's going to be a letter. Then here and here, it's going to be numbers, digits. So it's going to be numbers and they're going to be numbers, right? It's going to be a number and a number. So that's case 1, right? Then case 2, because they said at least 1, right? So it's going to be 1, 2 till the maximum. So in our case, the maximum is 3, right? So case 2, take this, duplicate it, cut it. This is case 2, right? So case 2 is that we can have 2 letters because they said at least 1, so we can have 2 letters. So meaning here, it's not a number, but it's a letter. Am I even spelling letter? Yes, I'm spelling letter correct, right? Then meaning here's the number, right? So here it's going to be a number. So hope that makes sense, right? So let me just put this closely and move this one just like this, right? Or we can have case 3, which is the last one, because remember it's a 3-digit, right? If it was 4 digits, obviously it was going to be till case 4. But with case 3 now, is that we can have all position being what? Being letters. So this is going to be 3 letters. So meaning here it's also not going to be a number, but it's going to be a letter. Duplicate it, then it's going to be here. Hope that makes sense, right? So how many options do we have for a letter, right? Is that we see the fact that we have options of 26 and we are allowed to repeat, meaning this here is going to be 26. Then how many digits do we have? They told us the fact that we have 10 digits. So if it's a number, so it's going to be 10. It's going to be 10. The reason why this is 10 and 10 is because of we are allowed to repeat. Hope that makes sense, right? So here is going to be letter, meaning it's 26 options. Then 26 options because it's another letter. Then it's going to be 10, right? Then here it's going to be 26, 26, then 26, right? Then now at least one, right, is going to be at least one letter. So at least one letter. So at least one letter is equals to what? It's equals to all the combination, right? It's going to be, the first one is going to be 26 multiplied by 10, multiplied by 10. Then it's going to be plus, the other one is 26 multiplied by another 26, remember? Then it's going to be multiplied by 10. Then lastly, it's going to be what? 26 multiplied by 26, then multiplied by 26, right? So this is the same as having 26 multiplied by 10 all squared. Then this is going to be the same as 26 squared multiplied by 10. Then this is going to be plus 26 cubed, right? Then now with that said is that you can punch that into the calculator. So when you punch that into the calculator, you find the fact that the total number of the code is going to be with at least one letter. It's going to be 4, 5, right? Then it's going to be 6, 5, 6. So that is going to be the total possible codes that you can get. So now we're going to do 11.2. It said, what is the probability of the code? So we know that the probability is going to be whatever case scenario that they're going to give us divided by the total arrangement, which is going to be this one. Hope that makes sense, right? So they say the fact that what is the probability, right? What is the probability of the code in question 11.1? So they told us the fact that 11.1, meaning it's going to be, this one is going to be your denominator, right? We'll start with, so they tell us the fact that it needs to start with a vowel. So we see the fact that here it needs to start with a vowel. So we know the fact that here it's going to be a letter, but very importantly, the letter needs to be a vowel. So it needs to be a vowel, right? So that's what we know. Then they tell us the fact that it needs to start with a vowel and the second and third symbol needs to form an even number. So do you see the fact that this 2 needs to be a number that is even? I know the fact that they said symbol, but it means the fact that if something is an even number, meaning it needs to form an even number. So it's a double-digit number that needs to be even, right? Hope that makes sense. So now we need to basically decode this in a way of seeing how many possibilities do we have, right? So now, first thing first is that let's understand the first position, right? So for the vowels part, right? So the letter, vowel part. Let's discuss that one, right? We know the fact that how many vowels are there? There are 5. There are 5 vowels. So we know the fact that we have a total of 5 vowels, meaning the first slot, since we are allowed to repeat, is going to be 5. So the first option is going to be 5. So now about the even numbers, right? About the even number, right? Is that the second slot, right? To create an even number that is 2-digit, is that this slot can be any number, right? It can be from 0 till 9. That this one is not affected by what? It's not going to affect something being even. The one that affects being even is going to be the last one, right? So slot 2. So slot 2. So slot 2. So slot 2. So the second slot can be any number, can be any number, right? Between 0 and 9, because it does not affect the number being even. It does not affect the number being even. So meaning here, how many options do we have? We have a total of 10 options. So here it's 5 options. Hope that makes sense. So now we know the fact that this one is going to be 10. Then the last one, right, is going to be the one that needs to be strictly even numbers, right? So slot 3. So third slot, comma, affects the number being even. Being even, right? So meaning our options there is that we since meaning our options are even numbers. So meaning our options are only even numbers and 0. So meaning our options here is going to be what? It's going to be 0, 2, 4, 6, 8 only, right? So we know the fact that how many options do we have there? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have a total of 5 options. So here we have 5 options. So since we have an option of 5 options, so now here we know the fact that that's going to be 5. Hope that is good on how we got there, right? So now we know the fact that that is going to be basically that, right? So the numerator of the code is going to be this. So the numerator, so the probability of this, so the probability, calculating the probability, right? It's going to be the probability is equals to what? Is equals to, remember the fact that the numerator is the one that we were looking at, which is going to be 5 multiplied by 10 multiplied by 5 divided by what? Divided by this one, which is going to be our denominator, the total. So it's going to be this one. So it's going to be this one. Then therefore, the probability is equals to 250 divided by what? Divided by, paste it again. And you can just leave it like that,